Looking back now, I can see all the little threads that led me to that lake, weaving together into a rope that pulled me deeper than I ever intended. It was late August, nearly 15 years ago, but the details are still sharp, etched into my memory like carvings in old wood. I was 22 then, fresh out of college, feeling invincible, and honestly a little too smart for my own good. I'd spent my summers working various odd jobs, always saving up for the annual pilgrimage to the backcountry. My folks had instilled a love for the outdoors in me from a young age, particularly my dad, who taught me how to read a map before I could properly tie my shoes. I'd hiked and camped all over the Pacific Northwest, thought I knew every trick in the book, every rustle in the leaves. That year, my target was the Ironwood Wilderness, a sprawling, federally protected area known for its ancient forests and a handful of incredibly remote, untouched lakes. I'd researched for months, poring over topographical maps, reading obscure forum posts from seasoned hikers, charting a course to a place marked simply as Mirror Lake on some older, less detailed maps. Newer maps sometimes omitted it entirely or labeled it with a cautious question mark, which only made it more appealing to my 22-year-old brain. I told myself it was about finding solitude, about challenging myself, but deep down, it was probably about proving something to myself, to my dad, to the world. My biggest mistake, the very first thread in that rope, was going alone. My usual hiking buddy, Mark, had started a new job and couldn't get the time off. I considered postponing, but the itch to explore was too strong. "It's just a few days, I'll be fine," I'd told my mom, dismissing her usual worries with a wave of my hand. I packed light but thoroughly: freeze-dried meals, a sturdy tent, first aid kit, water filter, satellite phone, which, blessedly, turned out to be useless where I was going, and my trusty old compass. I even threw in a beat-up paperback, something about survival in the wild, which feels darkly ironic now. The journey into the wilderness was uneventful at first, a series of familiar movements. The trailhead was exactly where the old map indicated, a barely discernible path swallowed by towering Douglas firs and cedars. The air was crisp, scented with pine and damp earth. Days blurred into a rhythm of hiking, setting up camp, filtering water, and cooking over a small, portable stove. I relished the silence, the utter lack of human noise, replaced by the whisper of wind through the trees and the distant calls of unseen birds. It was exactly what I'd come for. After 3 days of steadily pushing deeper, climbing steeper ridges and crossing gurgling streams, I finally found it: Mirror Lake. It wasn't on any main trail, just a faint deer path leading off a ridge that descended into a deep, secluded valley. The path was overgrown, forcing me to push through thick rhododendron bushes and duck under low-hanging branches. Then, through a final dense curtain of foliage, it opened up. The lake was breathtaking, smaller than I'd imagined, perhaps only a quarter-mile across, nestled like a sapphire in a bowl of ancient evergreens. The water was so still, so perfectly clear, it truly looked like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the surrounding forest with incredible precision. A thin mist hung low over the surface, giving it an ethereal, otherworldly beauty. This was the kind of place you only read about, untouched by human hands. I felt a surge of triumph, a sense of having discovered something truly special. I chose a flat, sheltered spot near the water's edge for my camp, just a few yards back from the shore, setting up my tent with practiced ease. The afternoon sun was warm, filtering through the canopy, dappling the forest floor. After setting up, I walked down to the water, needing to feel the cool clarity of it after days of hiking. I knelt at the edge, peering into the depths. The water was astonishingly clear, revealing smooth, dark stones on the bottom. I reached in, letting the cold water wash over my hands, then cupped some to drink. It was pure, sweet. As the sun began to dip, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the mist over the lake thickened, growing from a translucent veil to an opaque blanket. It was beautiful, yes, but it also started to feel different. The air grew colder, quicker than it should have for late summer. The silence, which had been so welcoming before, now pressed in heavier, deeper. The birds that had chirped through the afternoon had gone utterly quiet. Even the usual rustle of squirrels and other small forest creatures seemed to have ceased. It was an unnatural silence, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I stood there by the water's edge, watching the mist swirl, and then I noticed it. Something that didn't quite sit right. I'd been admiring how perfectly the trees, the sky, the last streaks of sunset were reflected on the water's surface. Everything was there, sharp and clear, except for one thing. My own reflection. I leaned closer, peering intently. The mist was thick, sure, but it wasn't obscuring the surface entirely. I could see the stones below the water. I could see the faint outline of a branch from an overhead tree. But where my face should have been, where my silhouette should have distorted the mirrored image of the trees behind me, there was nothing. Just the flawless reflection of the forest and the darkening sky, as if I simply wasn't there. It was like looking into a window, not a mirror. A cold, prickling sensation ran up my spine, the first real shiver of unease I'd felt since entering the wilderness. A cold, prickling sensation ran up my spine, the first real shiver of unease I'd felt since entering the wilderness. My mind, usually so quick to rationalize, stumbled. I knelt again, closer this time, hands braced on the damp earth. The mist swirled, a translucent curtain that didn't quite obscure the surface. I could see the tiny pebbles at the edge of the lake, dark and wet. I could see the deeper, smoother stones further down, their outlines softened by the water. I could see the exact, perfect reflection of the towering Douglas fir across the way, every needle distinct. I could see the last vestiges of orange in the sky, mirrored precisely. But my face, my shoulders, my outstretched hands hovering inches above the water, nothing, just the flawless continuation of the mirrored forest and sky. My breath hitched. This wasn't some trick of the light, some peculiar angle. This was a complete, inexplicable absence. It was like I was a ghost, standing outside the world's reflection. A knot of ice formed in my stomach. I reached out a tentative finger, barely grazing the surface. Ripples spread, distorting the reflection of the trees, but still, where my finger should have been mirrored, there was only the undisturbed image of the water below the surface, and the reflected forest beyond. The ripples faded, and the world snapped back into perfect, reflection-less clarity for me. I pulled my hand back as if burned, scrambling to my feet. My heart was thudding against my ribs, a frantic drum against the sudden, profound silence of the forest. The logical part of my brain, the part that had pored over maps and learned survival techniques, screamed for an explanation. Fog, maybe, a strange refractive property of the water unique to this lake, but the clarity of everything else contradicted that. It was as if the lake simply refused to acknowledge my existence. I backed away from the water's edge, slowly at first, then quicker, until I reached the small clearing where my tent stood. The tent, solid and familiar, was a small comfort. I needed to think. I needed to get away from that water. My initial triumph at discovery had evaporated, replaced by a raw, primal fear. I fumbled in my pack for my headlamp, clicking it on. The beam cut through the deepening twilight, illuminating the familiar gear spread around my camp. The small circle of light felt like a lifeline in the encroaching darkness and the oppressive silence. I tried to dismiss it, to tell myself it was a hallucination, a trick of a tired mind after 3 days of hard hiking. But the memory was too vivid, too unsettling. The absence was more real than any presence could have been. I decided a fire was needed, not just for warmth, but for comfort, for a focal point of normalcy. I gathered some deadfall from the forest floor, twigs and small branches. My hands trembled slightly as I worked, struggling to get the small pieces to catch. The smell of burning wood, usually so grounding, barely registered over the metallic tang of fear in my mouth. Finally, a small fire flickered to life, casting dancing shadows on the trees, pushing back against the dark, quiet world beyond its reach. I sat hunched by the fire, nursing a mug of instant coffee that tasted like ash. My gaze kept darting towards the lake, or rather, where I knew the lake to be. The mist had grown even thicker, now a solid white wall that swallowed the shoreline. I couldn't even see the water anymore, only the glowing white expanse where it should be. It felt like the lake had pulled a shroud over itself, deliberately hiding from my scrutiny, or perhaps hiding something else. Sleep felt impossible. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, though there were few, sent a jolt through me. The silence was the worst. It wasn't just the absence of noise. It was an active, heavy presence, a blanket that muffled even the sound of my own breathing. I swore I could hear my heartbeat echoing in my ears. I spent hours staring into the fire, trying to conjure a scientific explanation. Was it a specific type of algae that absorbed light differently for organic matter? A strange mineral deposit? No, nothing made sense. It was too absolute, too selective. As the night wore on, the mist seemed to seep into the forest itself. The trees nearest my camp became hazy, indistinct outlines. The air grew colder, far colder than the late August night should have been, a damp chill that bit through my layers. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around me, but the cold was internal, a deep-seated dread. Sometime after midnight, I heard it. A sound so faint, so alien, it took a moment for my brain to process it. A low, resonant hum. It seemed to come from the direction of the lake, cutting through the heavy silence like a tuning fork. It wasn't mechanical, nor was it natural. It wasn't the hum of insects or the whine of the wind. It was deeper, a sustained, almost harmonic vibration that felt more felt than heard. It pulsed subtly, growing almost imperceptibly louder, then softer, like a slow, deep breath. I froze, straining my ears. The sound was faint, barely there, but unmistakable. It was alive, and it was coming from the lake. Every instinct screamed at me to pack up and leave. Get out, now. But a strange, morbid curiosity, mixed with sheer terror, rooted me to the spot. What was it? What was in that lake? The hum continued for what felt like hours, a constant, unnerving presence. I imagined it to be the lake itself, breathing, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. I tried to close my eyes to force sleep, but the sound and the image of my missing reflection swam behind my eyelids. The hum felt like it was vibrating in my bones, a low frequency that resonated with my fear. Just before dawn, as the first hint of gray light began to dilute the oppressive darkness, the hum faded. It didn't stop abruptly. It simply attenuated slowly until it was gone, leaving behind an even deeper, more profound silence. I lay there, rigid, listening to the echoing quiet until the first faint chirps of birds broke the spell. Even then, the bird song sounded muted, distant, as if the forest was still recovering from a long, silent night. When the sun finally pushed its way over the eastern ridge, painting the sky in soft pastels, I dragged myself out of the tent. I felt like I hadn't slept in days, every muscle tense, my eyes burning. The mist over the lake had begun to recede, clinging only to the lowest points, revealing the glassy surface once more. I approached the water cautiously, my stomach clenched. The fear from the night before was still potent, but the morning light, even if diffused by lingering mist, offered a fragile sense of courage. I knelt at the water's edge, my heart hammering. I peered in. The reflection was back. My face, tired and pale, stared back at me. My shoulders, my hands, everything was there, distorted slightly by the ripples I caused with my breath. I felt a wave of relief so intense it almost buckled my knees. It had been a trick then, a physiological reaction, or something to do with the night mist, or maybe I'd simply been too exhausted and paranoid. My logical brain, desperate for normalcy, latched onto these explanations. But as I watched my reflection, a flicker of something unsettling caught my eye. In the depths of the reflected image, just behind my own reflected face, a shadow moved. It wasn't a fish, it was too large, too deliberate. It glided through the reflected water, a dark, elongated form that didn't quite match the shape of any known aquatic creature. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, a slow, undulating motion that felt wrong. And then, as quickly as it appeared, it was gone, vanishing into the mirrored depths. I blinked, my reflection still staring back at me, wide-eyed and terrified. Had I really seen it, or was my mind playing tricks again? I leaned closer, trying to pierce the surface to see if anything was truly there in the actual water, but the depths were dark and still, revealing only the smooth, dark stones I remembered from yesterday. Nothing like the shadow I'd seen in the reflection. It was only in the reflection. The relief I'd felt moments before shattered. The fear rushed back, colder and sharper than before. The lake wasn't just a mirror, it was a window or perhaps a portal to something else. Something that existed only in its reflection or was only visible through its reflection. This was worse than no reflection at all. This was a glimpse into another layer of reality, one that was clearly not benign. I scrambled back from the water, my mind reeling. The hum, the missing reflection, and now this shadow. This place was wrong, deeply, fundamentally wrong. I needed to leave. Immediately. I packed up my camp in a frenzy, my movements clumsy with haste and fear. Every rustle in the trees, every glint of sunlight on the water made me jump. I barely bothered to fold my tent, stuffing it haphazardly into its bag. My hands shook as I shoved my gear into my pack, the image of that dark, undulating shape imprinted on my mind. I didn't even stop for breakfast, just grabbed a handful of trail mix and started moving. I retraced my steps, following the faint deer path that had led me to the lake. The path, which had seemed clear enough on the way in, now felt overgrown, difficult to discern. The rhododendron bushes seemed thicker, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. The forest itself felt different, darker, more watchful. The silence was still there, but now it felt like a silent judgment, a watchful presence. My sense of direction, usually impeccable, felt warped. The trees, once familiar landmarks, now seemed alien, subtly shifted. I kept consulting my compass, but the path felt wrong, uphill when it should have been downhill, curving when it should have been straight. I blamed it on my fear, on my haste. I told myself I was just disoriented. After what felt like hours of pushing through dense undergrowth, I realized something was seriously wrong. I hadn't reached the ridge. I should have been ascending steadily, but instead I found myself descending into another small, heavily wooded valley. The trees here were even denser, the light barely penetrating the canopy. A chill ran down my spine. I checked my compass again. North was still north, but the terrain didn't match my map. It was as if I'd wandered into a completely different part of the forest, or as if the forest itself had rearranged itself around me. Panic began to set in, a cold, creeping tendril that tightened around my chest. I had always prided myself on my navigational skills. To be so thoroughly lost and so quickly was deeply unsettling. I pulled out my topographical map, trying to match the features around me to the contours of the paper. Nothing. The small stream I was following wasn't on the map. The cluster of oddly shaped boulders ahead wasn't there. It was like I was walking through a ghost landscape. I tried to push the rising panic down, to breathe, to think rationally. I decided to backtrack, to return to Mirror Lake, which I at least knew was a fixed point, however terrifying. I turned around, trying to retrace my steps, but the forest seemed to close in behind me. The faint deer path had vanished, swallowed by the relentless undergrowth. Every tree looked the same. Every patch of ferns, every fallen log, blended into a confusing, homogeneous green wall. I spent the rest of the day in a desperate, increasingly frantic attempt to find my way back to the lake, or to find any recognizable landmark. I walked in circles, or so it felt, pushing through thickets, tripping over roots, my clothes snagging and tearing. The sun began to dip again, casting long, unsettling shadows through the dense canopy. I was exhausted, thirsty, and utterly, completely lost. The fear I had felt by the lake was now compounded by a crushing sense of helplessness and isolation. As dusk deepened, the temperature dropped sharply, and the familiar silence of the forest returned, but it was no longer peaceful. It was menacing, heavy with unseen presences. I knew I couldn't keep going in the dark. I needed to make camp, however rudimentary. I found a small, relatively flat spot under a massive, ancient cedar, its lower branches offering some shelter. I didn't even bother with the tent, just unrolled my sleeping bag and crawled inside, pulling it tight around me. I hadn't eaten properly since the previous day. My head pounded. The night was a torment. The cold was profound, seeping into my bones. The silence was punctuated by unfamiliar sounds, the distant hoot of an owl that sounded too deep, too close, the rustle of something large moving through the undergrowth just beyond the feeble light of my headlamp, and that persistent, low hum. It was back, fainter than the night before, but undeniably there, a low, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate from the very earth beneath me. It was like the forest itself was breathing, a giant, slumbering creature. I spent the night huddled in my sleeping bag, shivering despite my layers, my eyes wide open, staring into the darkness. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified. My imagination, fueled by fear and exhaustion, conjured images of that dark, undulating shadow from the lake, slithering through the trees, searching for me. I wondered if the lake hadn't just shown me its reflection, but had somehow marked me, drawn me in, and now wouldn't let me go. The sun brought little comfort. The hum had faded with the dawn, but the feeling of being watched, of being trapped, remained. I was still lost. My satellite phone, which I'd optimistically brought along, was, as expected, completely useless. No signal, just a dead piece of technology in a wilderness that seemed to actively reject such modern intrusions. I spent the next 2 days wandering, 2 days of growing despair and physical exhaustion. My freeze-dried meals dwindled. My water filter was working overtime, but the constant anxiety made me feel perpetually dehydrated. I rationed my food, a handful of nuts, a few spoonfuls of rehydrated chili. The forest remained a confusing, endless maze. The topography seemed to shift and change around me, defying the map. I would climb a ridge I was sure would offer a view, only to find another impenetrable wall of trees. I would follow a stream, hoping it would lead me to a larger river, only for it to disappear into a marsh or a rocky fissure. The silence persisted, an unnatural vacuum. I longed for the familiar sounds of the forest, the chirping squirrels, the distant cry of a hawk, the buzz of insects, but there was nothing. Only the wind through the pines, and occasionally that low, unsettling hum, always faint, always seeming to emanate from somewhere deep within the earth or the heart of the forest. It became a constant, subliminal background noise to my increasingly desperate search. My clothes were torn, my face scratched, my muscles aching. My hope, which had been a sturdy companion on all my previous trips, was slowly eroding, replaced by a cold dread. This wasn't just being lost. This was something else. This was the forest itself holding me. On the afternoon of the 5th day since I'd first seen Mirror Lake, I stumbled upon a clearing. It wasn't the kind of clearing marked on a map, a high meadow or a rocky expanse. It was more like a pocket of trees had simply vanished, leaving behind a circular patch of bare, dark earth about 50 feet across. No grass grew there, no ferns, no undergrowth. Just dark, compacted soil, surrounded by a perfect ring of ancient, towering firs. A chill wind seemed to funnel into this clearing, even though the surrounding forest was still. In the center of the clearing, something stood. It was a monolith, a single, rough-hewn stone pillar, perhaps 10 feet tall, thick and dark, tapering slightly towards a blunt top. It wasn't natural. Its sides were surprisingly smooth, despite the unrefined shape, as if worn by ages of wind and water or by something else. There were no carvings, no markings I could discern from a distance, but its very presence was profoundly unsettling. It felt ancient, impossibly old, radiating a silent, heavy power. It looked like nothing I had ever seen, certainly nothing that belonged in the Ironwood wilderness. My rational mind tried to dismiss it as a geological anomaly, a strange basalt column, but the way it stood, perfectly vertical, alone in that barren circle, felt deliberate. It felt like an altar or a marker for something terrible. As I stared at it, a faint shimmer seemed to emanate from its surface, a subtle distortion of the air around it. And then I saw it. The low hum, which had been a constant companion these last few days, was stronger here, almost palpable. It was coming from the monolith. It was the source. My blood ran cold. This was not a place I was meant to find. This was not a place for humans. My instincts screamed at me to turn and run, to get as far away from that strange, humming stone as possible. But another, darker part of me, the part that had been drawn to the mystery of Mirror Lake, felt a strange, terrifying pull. It was an urge to understand, to touch, to know what lay at the heart of this impossible place. I forced myself to move, taking slow, deliberate steps towards the monolith. Every fiber of my being protested. My legs felt heavy, as if I were wading through thick mud. The silence of the clearing pressed in, broken only by the increasing intensity of the hum. It was no longer a gentle vibration. It was a deep, guttural thrum that resonated in my chest, a physical pressure that made my teeth ache. As I got closer, I saw that the surface of the stone wasn't entirely smooth. There were subtle indentations, shallow depressions that spiraled around the column, almost like the faint, worn grooves of an ancient, petrified tree, or perhaps a series of intricate, unreadable symbols. They weren't carved exactly, but seemed to be an intrinsic part of the stone itself, like veins in marble. I reached the base of the monolith, standing barely a foot away. The hum was deafening now, vibrating through my entire body, making my vision blur at the edges. The air around the stone felt charged, thick with an invisible energy. I lifted my hand hesitantly towards the stone. My fingers tingled as I approached it, a strange mix of cold and heat. Just as my fingertips brushed against the rough, yet strangely smooth surface of the monolith, a blinding flash of light erupted from the stone. It wasn't a sudden, explosive burst, but an instantaneous, overwhelming white light that consumed my vision, stealing the forest, the clearing, everything. The hum rose to an unbearable shriek, tearing through my ears, shaking my very bones. I cried out, stumbling back, clutching my head. The light was searing, the sound deafening. It felt like I was being torn apart, dissolved into pure energy. My world spun. I fell to my knees, eyes squeezed shut, but the light was still there, burning behind my eyelids. The shriek echoed in my skull, 1,000 voices screaming in unison. And then, as abruptly as it began, it stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, deeper than anything I had experienced before. Not the oppressive silence of the forest, but a true vacuum, an absence of all sound, all sensation. I lay there for a moment, curled on the bare earth, my body trembling, my mind a blank. Slowly, tentatively, I opened my eyes. The world had changed. The clearing was still there, and the monolith stood as before, dark and silent in its center. But the light was different. It was an ethereal, silvery glow, not from the sun, but emanating from the very air, from the bark of the trees, from the barren earth itself. The sky above was no longer blue. It was a swirling canvas of deep purples and greens, like an aurora borealis seen in the middle of the day. And the trees were subtly altered. Their leaves seemed to shimmer with an internal light, their bark twisted into impossible, elegant patterns I hadn't noticed before. The air itself felt different, lighter, thinner, carrying a strange metallic scent I couldn't place. I pushed myself up, my movements slow and uncertain. My head still throbbed, and a high-pitched ringing echoed in my ears, slowly fading. I looked around, my gaze darting from the glowing trees to the shimmering air, to the impossibly colored sky. This wasn't my forest. This wasn't the ironwood wilderness I knew. I looked at my hands. They seemed to shimmer faintly with the same silvery light that permeated the air. I could almost see through them, a faint translucence at the edges of my skin. My heart, which had been racing moments ago, was now beating with an unsettling slowness, a deep, heavy thud against my ribs. I touched my face, trying to feel if it was real, if I was real. My skin felt strange, too smooth, too cool. I stumbled back towards the edge of the clearing, towards where the forest began. The trees there, too, glowed with that eerie internal light. The undergrowth was gone, replaced by a carpet of shimmering, crystalline moss that pulsed with a faint, steady rhythm. The world was utterly, breathtakingly beautiful, and utterly terrifying. I reached out, touching the bark of a glowing fir. It was warm, alive, pulsing with the same energy I had felt from the monolith. The patterns on its bark, which had seemed like natural twists from a distance, now resolved into intricate, geometric designs, swirling and interlocking, almost like circuits of light. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing, what I was feeling. It was as if I had stepped through a veil, into another dimension, another reality entirely. The monolith, silent and still, seemed to hum with a low, barely perceptible resonance, a gentle heartbeat in this new, alien world. I turned back to the monolith, a new understanding dawning on me. It wasn't just a marker, it was a doorway, and I had just walked through it, or perhaps it had pulled me through. The fear, which had been a constant companion, now morphed into something deeper, more existential. I was alone, lost in a world that was both familiar and utterly alien. The wilderness I knew was gone, replaced by this strange, shimmering landscape. My old understanding of reality had been shattered. I was adrift in an unknown ocean, and the shores I knew were nowhere in sight. I had to find Mirror Lake. Perhaps it was a constant, a fixed point even in this altered reality. Or perhaps it was the key to returning. But the thought of that lake, with its peculiar reflections and its undulating shadow, now filled me with a fresh wave of dread. What would Mirror Lake show me now in this world? What would stare back from its silvery surface? I took a deep, shaky breath. The air tasted metallic, sharp, exhilarating, and frightening all at once. I had to move. I had to find answers. This wasn't just a hike gone wrong, it was a journey into the impossible. I had to navigate this new glowing forest, find Mirror Lake, and somehow find a way back to my own reality, if a way back even existed. The forest extended before me, a labyrinth of shimmering, pulsing light and unnatural silence. There were no paths here, no familiar landmarks, just a sea of glowing trees stretching into the shimmering purple-green distance. I was a stranger in a strange land, and the only guide I had was a desperate, burning need to survive and understand. I took a tentative step into the glowing forest, my footsteps silent on the crystalline moss. The world around me hummed with a quiet, vibrant energy, a living landscape transformed. Every fiber of my being was screaming in confusion and terror, but a strange, almost manic resolve was beginning to take root. I had sought the remote and the untouched. I had found it, and it had consumed me. Now I had to find my way out, or perhaps find my place within it. The thought sent another shiver down my spine, but this one was laced with a strange, dark anticipation. My first few steps into the glowing forest were tentative, almost reverent. The crystalline moss underfoot didn't crunch. It yielded with a soft, almost musical sigh, a subtle resonance that vibrated up my legs. The air, thin and sharp, tasted faintly of ozone and something sweet, like metallic honey. Every tree pulsed with an inner light, their bark shimmering with intricate, geometric patterns that seemed to shift and reform as I watched. It was like walking into a cathedral of pure, living energy, silent yet profoundly resonant. The terror was still a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now laced with an undeniable, intoxicating wonder. My mind, usually so pragmatic, found itself overwhelmed, incapable of categorizing or rationalizing this new reality. This was beyond science, beyond reason. It was an experience that existed solely in the realm of the impossible. I forced myself to focus. Panic was a luxury I couldn't afford. My immediate goal was Mirror Lake. It was the last known point of strangeness in my old reality, and now it felt like the only anchor I could possibly cling to in this new one. But where was it? My compass, still clutched in my hand, spun wildly for a moment, then settled on a direction that felt arbitrary, pointing towards a patch of especially luminous trees. I pocketed it. It was useless here. I had to rely on instinct, on the memory of the landscape, however altered. The lake had been nestled in a valley, descended into by a deer path. I needed to find a downward slope, a break in the canopy that might suggest a clearing, or the subtle curve of a valley wall. The silence was the most profound difference. No birdsong, no rustle of unseen creatures, no distant wind. Only the faint, almost imperceptible hum that permeated everything, a deep, resonant tone that felt like the pulse of this new world. It was no longer terrifying, but simply present. As I walked, the glowing trees around me seemed to stretch taller, their branches intertwining to form a dense, illuminated ceiling. Patches of shimmering fungi, like clusters of tiny bioluminescent crystals, clung to the bark, casting soft, internal glows. The moss underfoot deepened in color, from a pale silver to a vibrant emerald, pulsing with a slow, hypnotic rhythm. My own body felt different, lighter, as if gravity had loosened its grip. My limbs moved with an unfamiliar ease, and the exhaustion that had plagued me for days seemed to have receded, replaced by a strange, almost electric vitality. The metallic taste in the air was constant, and I found myself taking deeper breaths, feeling invigorated by each one. I looked at my hands again. The faint translucence was still there, the silvery sheen. I felt a strange detachment, as if my body was no longer entirely my own, or perhaps no longer entirely of my old world. Hours passed, though the concept of time felt fluid, warped by the constant twilight glow and the absence of a visible sun. I tried to maintain a general direction, heading vaguely downhill when the terrain allowed, but the forest here was a labyrinth of luminous trunks and shimmering foliage. It was beautiful, but utterly disorienting. There were no discernible paths, no broken branches, no marks of previous passage. It was pristine, untouched, as if I were the first living thing to ever set foot here. At one point I stopped, leaning against a glowing fir. Its bark felt cool and smooth under my palm, the geometric patterns subtly shifting under my touch. I closed my eyes, trying to clear my head to remember the specific contours of the ironwood wilderness, the familiar shapes of the distant peaks, the winding path of the stream. But my mind conjured only shimmering greens and purples, the alien patterns of the trees, and the low, constant hum. When I opened my eyes, something new caught my attention. Further ahead, where the light seemed to intensify, I saw it, a faint, almost translucent structure weaving between the trees. It was like a spider web, but spun from threads of pure, shimmering light, intricate and impossibly delicate. It pulsed with a brighter, more rapid rhythm than the surrounding moss, a network of luminous filaments stretching upwards, disappearing into the canopy. Curiosity, overriding caution, drew me closer. As I approached, I realized it wasn't a single web, but a vast, interconnected lattice, spanning across the forest floor and up the tree trunks. The threads were not sticky, but resonated with a subtle vibration when I tentatively touched one. It felt like a living thing, an organic network. There were small, crystalline nodes at the intersections of the filaments, glowing with an even brighter intensity, like tiny, contained stars. I followed this luminous network, hoping it might lead somewhere, any direction other than random wandering. It seemed to flow downhill, following the subtle depressions in the terrain. As I walked, I began to notice subtle shifts in the patterns on the trees, the intensity of the moss's glow, the frequency of the hum. It was as if the forest was communicating or reacting to my presence. The metallic taste in the air grew stronger, and a new scent joined it, something floral, but sharp, like blooming electricity. Ahead, the trees began to thin, and the shimmering light brightened, no longer filtered through dense canopy, but seemingly emanating from a larger, open space. My heart quickened. Could this be it? Could this be the valley of Mirror Lake? I pushed through the last curtain of glowing foliage, and the world opened up before me. It was a clearing, but unlike any I had ever seen. The ground was not dark earth, but a vast expanse of the crystalline moss, glowing a brilliant, vibrant emerald. And in the center of it, nestled in a bowl of luminous firs, was the lake. Mirror Lake. But it was profoundly changed. The water was no longer perfectly clear. Instead, it was a swirling vortex of liquid light, a canvas of deep purples, blues, and greens, reflecting not the sky, but the entire glowing forest around it, and something else, something deeper, more ancient, that seemed to churn within its depths. The surface wasn't still. It was in constant, slow motion, like a vast, opalescent eye slowly opening and closing. A thin, silvery mist, even more ethereal than the one I remembered, hung low over the surface, pulsing with a faint light. The air here was colder, significantly colder than the surrounding forest, and the omnipresent hum intensified, emanating directly from the lake itself, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the very ground beneath my feet. My breath caught in my throat. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly terrifying. It was a spectacle of impossible grandeur. The fear from the initial discovery of my missing reflection, the dread of the hum, the horror of the shadow, all returned with renewed force, amplified by the sheer, alien majesty of this transformed lake. I approached cautiously, my footsteps on the glowing moss feeling unnaturally loud in the profound silence that still enveloped this realm. As I drew nearer, I noticed something else. Along the edges of the lake, where the liquid light met the crystalline moss, stood a series of smaller monoliths. They were not as grand as the one I had touched, perhaps only 4 or 5 feet tall, but they were unmistakably of the same material, the same dark, rough-hewn stone, now faintly glowing with the silvery light of this new world. They formed a rough circle around the lake, silent sentinels guarding its churning depths. I stopped at the edge of the moss, perhaps 50 feet from the water. The hum was a pressure in my chest now, making my bones ache. The mist swirled, parting briefly to reveal the liquid light of the lake. I looked for my reflection, bracing myself for whatever horror or absence might greet me. And there it was, not my usual reflection, not a flawless mirror, but my image, ghostly and translucent, shimmering with the same silvery light that marked my hands. I looked like a phantom of myself, an echo, standing on the surface of the swirling light. And behind me in the depths of the reflected lake were shadows, not one but many. Dark, elongated shapes, undulating slowly like massive, unseen serpents weaving through the abyssal light. They seemed larger, more numerous, more active than the single shadow I had glimpsed before. They were present, a lurking menace, visible only in the mirror. This was no mere reflection. This was a window into another space, another dimension entirely, perhaps even a consciousness. The lake felt alive, vast, and ancient. It was aware, and whatever swam in its reflected depths was equally so. A wave of profound dread washed over me, stronger than anything I had felt before. This place, this realm, was not meant for human eyes, let alone human presence. I had not just stepped through a doorway. I had intruded into something sacred, something terrible. I had to get away, but where? Back to the monolith, back into the glowing, labyrinthine forest. This lake felt like the heart of this impossible world, and now, seeing its true nature, I knew it wasn't the key to returning. It was the source of my predicament. I turned to flee, but a sudden, sharper pulse of the hum stopped me cold. It wasn't just a sound. It was a physical force pushing against me, a wave of pure energy. My vision blurred again, and the ground beneath me seemed to undulate, the crystalline moss rippling like water. Then from the glowing lake, a column of light erupted. It was not a sudden flash, but a slow, majestic ascent of pure, concentrated energy, swirling and tightening like a liquid aurora reaching for the sky. It rose higher and higher, dwarfing the surrounding trees, illuminating the entire valley with an almost blinding, opalescent radiance. Within the column, I could glimpse movement, not shadows, but forms of light, swirling and dancing, like sentient motes of pure energy. As the column reached its zenith, it pulsed once, a blinding flare that forced me to shield my eyes. When I lowered my arm, the light column was gone, but something remained. Suspended in the air, directly above the lake, was an object. It was unlike anything I could describe. It wasn't metallic or organic or stone. It seemed to be woven from threads of pure light, like the shimmering lattice in the forest, but on a grander, more complex scale. It was roughly spherical, perhaps 50 feet in diameter, composed of countless intersecting lines of energy that slowly shifted, forming and reforming intricate, geometric patterns. It hummed, a higher, sharper frequency now, a piercing note that echoed in my head. And from its surface, where the luminous threads intersected, points of concentrated light pulsed, like eyes watching me. A terrible, dawning realization crashed over me. This wasn't just a geological anomaly or a strange dimension. This was something built, something designed, something alien. The monolith, the altered forest, the lake, They were all part of a vast, intricate system, and this object, hanging silent and watchful above Mirror Lake, was its core. I felt a profound sense of insignificance, of being a mere speck in the face of such impossible technology, such ancient, unimaginable power. My fear morphed into a cold, paralyzing awe. This was not a forest. It was a vast, elaborate mechanism. As I stared transfixed at the hovering construct, one of the smaller monoliths at the edge of the lake began to glow more intensely. Its surface shimmered, and the subtle indentations on its side deepened, becoming vivid, glowing lines. Then a low, guttural sound, like grinding stone, emanated from its base, and the monolith began to slowly, deliberately rotate. My mind reeled. The entire landscape was a stage, and I was an unwitting actor. The rotating monolith seemed to be drawing something from the earth, or perhaps resonating with something deeper. The ground around it vibrated, and the crystalline moss began to glow with an even fiercer intensity. The hum from the hovering construct above the lake deepened, becoming a constant, oppressive thrum. Then the surface of Mirror Lake itself began to change. The slow, swirling pattern sped up, becoming a frantic maelstrom of liquid light. The silvery mist thickened, coalescing into swirling forms that seemed to take on phantom shapes, long, serpentine bodies, massive, indistinct heads coiling and uncoiling within the mist. The shadows I had seen in the reflection now seemed to be stirring the actual lake, rising towards the surface, closer to my reality. I felt a primal urge to run, to scream, but I couldn't move. My feet were rooted to the spot, my muscles locked in terror. My eyes were wide, fixed on the impossible spectacle unfolding before me. The phantom shapes in the mist solidified, growing larger, more distinct. They were vast, serpentine creatures, woven from the same liquid light as the lake, their forms shimmering and changing, but unmistakably alive. Their heads were blunt, featureless, with only 2 points of intense, glowing light for eyes. They were immense, larger than any whale, and they moved with a silent, terrible grace. They were the shadows from the reflection, made manifest. One of them, larger than the rest, slowly turned its glowing eyes towards me. A silent, impossible scream tore through my mind. I was no longer an observer. I was seen. I was recognized. The creature began to move slowly, majestically, towards the shore, towards me. The liquid light of its body rippled, casting shifting patterns across the glowing moss. The air grew impossibly cold, and the metallic scent sharpened, tasting of ozone and blood. I stumbled back, finally breaking free of my paralysis. My mind screamed at me to run, but where? The forest was a maze of alien light, and these creatures were born from the very heart of this realm. My gaze darted to the hovering construct above the lake. Its luminous threads pulsed faster, and the eyes of light on its surface seemed to follow the advancing creature, and then me. It was not just watching, it was controlling, or perhaps simply observing an ancient process. The creature's head breached the edge of the lake, no longer a phantom in the mist, but a solid, glowing entity resting on the crystalline moss. Its 2 luminous eyes fixed on me, radiating an ancient, cold intelligence. It did not move with aggressive speed, but with a deliberate, inexorable advance, a slow, terrifying certainty. I turned and ran. I ran back into the glowing forest, ignoring the complex lattice of light, ignoring the mesmerizing patterns on the trees, ignoring everything but the desperate, burning need to escape. My lungs burned, but the strange vitality in my body kept me moving at a pace I didn't think possible. The ground seemed to flow under my feet, the crystalline moss a blur of emerald light. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away from the lake, away from the creatures, away from that watchful, hovering construct. The hum, which had been so constant, was now a roaring current in my ears, punctuated by the rhythmic, heavy thrumming that seemed to emanate from the ground itself, each beat a monstrous heartbeat tracking my flight. I ran until my body finally rebelled, until my legs buckled, and I stumbled, falling hard onto the glowing moss. My head hit a low-lying root, sending a sharp pain through my skull. Dazed, I pushed myself up, scrambling to find my bearings. I was in a particularly dense part of the forest, surrounded by tall, glowing firs. The light was dimmer here, creating long, shifting shadows that danced with my frantic breaths. I could still feel the hum faint now, a distant echo. The chilling cold from the lake was fading, replaced by the thinner, sharper air of the general forest. I leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the image of those luminous eyes, that massive, serpentine form. But it was seared into my mind, a chilling testament to the impossible reality I had stumbled into. This was not a place to explore. This was a place to survive. I had to find a way back to the monolith. It was the only known exit, the only anchor to my old world, however dangerous. But the forest here was an alien maze, even more so now, with the memory of the lake's terrors pushing me deeper into its depths. I consulted my compass again, uselessly. It still pointed to some arbitrary, glowing cluster of trees. I needed a guide, something to show me the way back through this impossible maze. My gaze fell upon the shimmering lattice of light I had encountered earlier. It pulsed faintly in the distance, a network weaving through the trees. Could it lead me back, or would it draw me deeper into this place? It was a risk, but I had no other options. With renewed resolve, born of desperation, I pushed myself forward, moving with a cautious, determined tread. I had to find the monolith. I had to find a way out. As I moved, I noticed a subtle change in the air. The metallic scent was still there, but now mixed with something else, something faintly familiar, like damp earth and pine needles. A phantom scent, perhaps, of my own world teasing me. The glowing lattice proved to be a reliable, if unnerving, guide. It seemed to undulate, pulsing more intensely in certain directions, almost as if it were leading me. I followed it, climbing subtle inclines, descending gentle slopes, pushing through patches of particularly vibrant moss. I couldn't be sure, but it felt like I was slowly ascending, gaining elevation. Hours turned into what felt like days. My internal clock was shattered. The constant twilight of this realm made it impossible to gauge the passage of time. I ate what little trail mix I had left, forcing down the dry, flavorless crumbs. My water filter, still clipped to my pack, was useless here. The glowing, crystalline streams I occasionally passed looked like pure light, not liquid water. I wondered if I even needed water in this new body, this translucent form. I didn't feel thirsty, but a deep-seated instinct urged me to conserve. The terror of the lake slowly receded, replaced by a dull, persistent anxiety and the all-consuming focus on finding the monolith. My mind, stripped of its rational foundations, was now operating on a purely instinctual level. Find the exit, survive. Then, as I topped a gentle rise, I saw it. The forest opened up into a clearing, a perfect circle of dark, barren earth, and in its center, silent and still, stood the monolith. A wave of profound relief, so potent it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. It was real. It was still here. My lifeline, my only hope. The monolith stood exactly as I had left it, dark and imposing, its surface etched with the subtle, spiraling indentations. It no longer hummed with the deafening thrum I remembered, but a faint, almost imperceptible resonance emanated from its stone, a gentle, waiting pulse. The silvery light of this altered reality still permeated the air, but around the monolith, the glowing felt slightly muted, as if the stone absorbed some of the energy. I stumbled towards it, my legs weak with exhaustion and relief. Every step brought me closer to what I hoped was salvation. The strange vitality in my body was fading, replaced by a deep weariness. I was a human again, perhaps, or at least, closer to my old self. As I reached the base of the monolith, I hesitated. The memory of the blinding light, the deafening shriek, the feeling of being torn apart was still vivid, still terrifying. But the alternative was to remain trapped in this beautiful, horrifying realm, perpetually hunted by creatures of pure light. There was no choice. I reached out my hand, my fingers still faintly translucent, still shimmering with the silvery light. The air around the monolith felt charged, a subtle tension, a meeting point of two realities. My fingers brushed against the rough, cool surface of the stone. Nothing happened. No flash of light, no deafening hum, no shriek. The monolith stood silent, impassive. My heart sank. A fresh wave of despair washed over me, colder and more profound than any fear. Had it been a one-way trip? Had I expended its power? Or had I simply been irrevocably changed, no longer capable of interacting with the doorway? I pressed my hands against the stone, pushing, trying to find a hidden switch, a secret mechanism. But it was just stone, solid and unyielding. Panic began to claw its way back up my throat, tighter and more suffocating this time. I ran my hands over the spiraling indentations, tracing their worn grooves. They still glowed faintly, a subtle internal luminescence. I pushed my palm against one of the grooves, trying to feel for a hidden trigger, a release. Still nothing. My mind raced, desperate for an answer. What had I done differently the first time? What had triggered it? I had simply approached it, and then in a moment of morbid curiosity, touched it. There had been no intention, no ritual. Then a thought, cold and unsettling, flickered through my mind. The hum, the deep, resonant hum that had emanated from the monolith before and from the lake. It was absent now, or at least almost imperceptible. What if the hum wasn't just a side effect, but the key? What if it was a resonance, a frequency that needed to be met? But how could I create that hum? How could I replicate a sound that vibrated from the very earth, from the heart of an ancient, alien mechanism? I closed my eyes, pressing my forehead against the cool stone. I focused, trying to recall the exact pitch, the exact vibration of that hum. I remembered the feeling of it in my bones, the pressure in my chest, the way it had resonated with my fear. I tried to hum myself, a low, guttural sound, but it was just a pathetic human noise, weak and reedy in the vast silence of the clearing. It felt utterly inadequate. As I stood there defeated, my mind began to drift, lost in the overwhelming nature of the past few days. The missing reflection, the hum, the shadow in the lake, the blinding light, the shimmering forest, the serpentine creatures, the hovering construct, it was too much, too utterly, terrifyingly much. A single tear traced a path down my cheek, not of fear, but of profound, aching loneliness and despair. I was truly lost, trapped in a world that defied all understanding. And as that tear fell, as the despair momentarily consumed me, I felt something stir within me. It wasn't a thought or an emotion, but a resonance. A deep, low thrum, emanating not from the monolith, but from within my own body, from the very core of my being. It was faint at first, a subtle vibration in my chest. Then it grew slowly, steadily, filling my head, resonating with the surrounding air. It was the hum. Not a sound from my vocal cords, but an internal vibration, a frequency I was now somehow capable of generating. My time in this realm, the strange vitality, the translucent hands, the metallic taste in the air, I had absorbed some of its essence. I had become, in part, a part of it. The monolith responded. A faint glow, barely perceptible at first, bloomed within the spiraling indentations on its surface. The hum from within me grew stronger, matched by an answering pulse from the stone. The silvery light of the surrounding forest intensified, and the air around the monolith began to shimmer, not with the ethereal glow of this world, but with a new, raw energy. The hum rose both from within me and from the monolith, a symphonic crescendo of low-frequency vibration. It was deafening, filling my entire being, making my vision blur. The glowing patterns on the stone pulsed with blinding intensity, mirroring the energy now surging through my own body. I held onto the stone, gripping it, feeling as if I was channeling the very essence of this alien realm, feeding it back into its source. The air crackled with invisible power, and the ground began to vibrate violently beneath my feet. And then, just as before, the blinding flash of white light erupted. It consumed everything, tearing through my eyes, stealing the forest, the clearing, the monolith, the very concept of existence. The hum became a shriek, 1,000 voices screaming in unison, ripping through my ears, shaking my very bones. I felt myself being stretched, pulled, dissolved into pure energy once more. The world spun. I cried out, a sound lost in the overwhelming torrent of light and sound. And then, as abruptly as it began, it stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, not the oppressive silence of the glowing forest, but a quiet that felt normal, human. I lay on the ground, curled into a ball, trembling, my body aching, my mind a blank. Slowly, tentatively, I opened my eyes. The clearing was still there. The monolith stood in its center, dark and silent, but the light was different. It was the golden, dappled light of late afternoon, filtering through the familiar canopy of towering Douglas firs and cedars. The sky above was a soft, pale blue, streaked with wisps of white cloud. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, a rich, grounding scent that filled my lungs. There was no metallic tang, no floral electricity. And the silence, it was the familiar silence of the ironwood wilderness, punctuated by the distant cry of a hawk, the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. I pushed myself up, my movements slow and uncertain. My head throbbed, and a dull ache resonated through my muscles. My clothes were torn, my face scratched. I touched my skin. It was rough, human, solid. The translucence was gone. The silvery sheen was gone. I was back. I was back in my own realities. A wave of profound relief, so pure it brought tears to my eyes, washed over me. I was home. I was alive. I was sane. Or at least I felt sane again. I looked at my hands. They were mine. Fleshy, scarred, solid. I looked at the monolith. It was still there, an impossible anomaly in a familiar forest. But it was just stone now, silent and unyielding, blending into the background of the towering trees. No hum, no glow, just a strange, ancient pillar. I took a deep, shaky breath, the crisp, clean air filling my lungs. I was alive. I had survived. But the memories were sharp, etched into my mind with terrifying clarity. The missing reflection, the hum, the shadow in the lake, the blinding light, the shimmering forest, the serpentine creatures of light, the hovering construct. It had all been real, every impossible, terrifying moment. I stumbled back from the monolith, putting distance between myself and that terrible doorway. I never wanted to see it again. I never wanted to feel that unearthly hum again. My focus now was singular: get out of this wilderness, get back to civilization. I pulled out my topographical map, my hands trembling. This time the features matched. The stream I had crossed, the ridge I had just climbed, it was all there, familiar and comforting in its mundane reality. My compass pointed true north. I started walking, not running, but with a determined, urgent pace. I moved through the forest, every sound, every rustle, every glint of sunlight a welcome sensation. The familiar felt like a miracle. I paid close attention to the landmarks, checking them against my map, desperate not to make another mistake. The exhaustion was profound, deep in my bones, but the adrenaline of escape kept me moving. I needed to put as much distance as possible between myself and that clearing, that monolith, that lake. Hours later, as the sun began to dip towards the western horizon, I found a familiar trail marker, a small, faded yellow blaze on an old fir tree, indicating one of the lesser-used access trails. It was faint, barely discernible, but it was there. It led out. Relief flooded me, so intense it almost buckled my knees. I was on a trail, a real trail. I was no longer lost. The trail was rough, overgrown in places, but it was a clear path leading steadily downhill. I followed it without hesitation, pushing through encroaching branches, stepping over fallen logs. The sounds of the normal forest returned, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of small animals, the distant hoot of an owl. They were the most beautiful sounds I had ever heard. Night fell, but I didn't stop. I pulled out my headlamp, its beam cutting through the familiar darkness. I kept walking, driven by an overwhelming need to be away from the impossible, away from the alien, away from the memory of the lake and its monstrous inhabitants. I walked through the night, fueled by a single burning desire for the familiar, the mundane, the human. The cold dread from the other side had been replaced by a deep, bone-weary exhaustion, but also a fierce, desperate sense of gratitude. I was alive. I was back. Just before dawn, as the sky began to lighten with the first hint of gray, I saw it. Through the trees, the faint glint of something metallic, then the unmistakable outline of a wooden sign. The trailhead. I stumbled out of the forest, onto the small gravel parking lot, the one car still there, mine. It was dirty, coated in pine needles and dust, but it was there, solid and real and utterly magnificent. I collapsed against the side of my car, gasping for breath, my muscles screaming in protest. I ran my hand over the cool metal, feeling the familiar texture, the reassuring reality of it. I had done it, I had made it out. But as I stood there, leaning against my car, safe, finally free, I realized something. I was back in my world, yes, but I was not the same. The man who had walked into the Ironwood wilderness a week ago was gone. He had been shattered, remade, marked by the impossible. I looked back at the forest, a dark, impenetrable wall of trees in the fading night. Somewhere in there, the monolith stood. Somewhere in there, Mirror Lake lay, perhaps still churning with liquid light, perhaps returned to its pristine state, waiting for its next unwitting visitor. I didn't know, and I never wanted to know again. My journey into the impossible had ended, but the story of what I had seen, what I had become, was just beginning. It would haunt me, define me for the rest of my life. The threads that had pulled me to that lake had not broken. They had simply pulled me through and then inexplicably back again. But they had left an indelible mark. I was a survivor of something no human was meant to witness, and that knowledge was a burden I would carry forever. The drive home was a blur. My hands, still trembling, gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. The engine's low rumble, a familiar comfort, now seemed alien, too loud, too mechanical after the profound silence of the transformed forest. I watched the winding road spool out before me, the mundane reality of asphalt and yellow lines almost painful in its normalcy. Every roadside tree, every distant peak was just that, a tree, a peak. No shimmering bark, no impossible geometries, no internal glow. It was all so utterly, reassuringly boring, and yet I felt a deep, unsettling disconnect. The world outside the car window felt thin, like a veil that could be torn at any moment. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the shimmering canopy of the alien forest, or worse, the glowing eyes of one of those serpentine creatures reflected behind me. But there was only the darkening road, the deepening twilight, and the distant, familiar glimmer of town lights. I pushed the car as fast as I dared, needing to put physical distance between myself and the ironwood wilderness. The exhaustion was a crushing weight, but sleep felt impossible, a luxury I couldn't afford. My mind replayed the events of the past week, a frantic, jumbled montage of fear and wonder. The missing reflection, the low hum, the shadow in the lake, the blinding flash, the glowing trees, the crystalline moss, the hovering construct, those terrible serpentine forms, and finally, the agonizing return. It was all real. It had all happened. As I drove, I instinctively checked my reflection in the side mirror. My face stared back, pale and drawn, but solid human. No translucence, no silvery sheen. A fresh wave of relief washed over me, a brief respite from the gnawing terror. I was back, truly back. The first gas station I encountered was a jarring re-entry into civilization. The fluorescent lights hummed with a different frequency than the monoliths, a shallow, artificial buzz. A young attendant, barely out of high school, yawned behind the counter as I paid. He looked at my torn clothes, my scratched face, but said nothing, accustomed perhaps to the occasional disheveled hiker emerging from the wilderness. I tried to speak, to ask for a coffee, but my voice felt rough, unused. The words came out as a croak. He just nodded, handed me a lukewarm cup, and returned to his phone. I felt like an alien observing a species, their mundane concerns suddenly trivial, incomprehensible. I got back in the car, the coffee burning my tongue, the artificial sugar an assault on my senses. My stomach, long accustomed to freeze-dried meals, churned in protest. I poured the coffee out the window and continued to drive. The need to be home, in my own space, was overwhelming. It was well past midnight when I finally pulled into my driveway. My house, a small, unassuming cabin nestled on the outskirts of a quiet mountain town, looked exactly as I had left it. The porch light was off, the windows dark, the potted plants on the steps patiently waiting for water. It was an island of normalcy in a sea of overwhelming strangeness. I fumbled with the key, my hands still shaking. The lock clicked, a familiar metallic sound. Stepping inside, the air was still, cool, carrying the faint scent of old wood and dust. My couch, my bookshelf, my worn armchair, they were all there, solid, real, untouched by the impossible. I ran my hand over the smooth wood of the coffee table, feeling its texture, grounding myself. I didn't bother turning on any lights. I just collapsed onto the couch, dropping my pack with a thud. The silence of my home was a blessing, a stark contrast to the profound, alien quiet of the glowing forest. Here there were familiar sounds, the distant hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the old house settling, the faint tick of a grandfather clock in the hallway. These were the sounds of my world, and they were the most beautiful symphony I had ever heard. I must have drifted off because I woke with a jolt, heart hammering, drenched in sweat. The dream was vivid, still clinging to the edges of my consciousness. The swirling liquid light of Mirror Lake, those massive, serpentine creatures rising from the mist, their luminous eyes fixed on me, the hovering construct pulsing above. I could still hear the terrible, resonant hum, a ghost vibration in my bones. I sat up, gasping for breath, trying to shake off the lingering tendrils of terror. My room was dark, silent. The grandfather clock chimed 3 times, its familiar sound slowly pulling me back to reality. It was just a dream, a nightmare. But it wasn't just a dream, it was a memory. I stumbled into the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. I looked in the mirror, bracing myself. My own tired, pale face stared back. No missing reflection, no lurking shadows, just me. Relief washed over me again, but it was fleeting. The fear was a persistent hum under my skin, a low-frequency vibration that resonated with my very being. The next few days were a blur of restless sleep, forced routine, and an overwhelming sense of unreality. I tried to go back to work. I was a freelance cartographer, often working from home, but my mind couldn't focus. The intricate lines of contour maps seemed meaningless, the familiar symbols on geographical surveys dull and insignificant compared to the impossible geometries I had witnessed. My concentration was shattered. Every rustle outside my window, every shadow cast by a passing cloud, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I avoided mirrors instinctively, not out of fear that my reflection would vanish, but out of a deeper, more unsettling apprehension. What if I saw something else? What if the other was still imprinted on me, visible only in the looking glass? I shaved by touch, dressed in the dim light of dawn, and averted my gaze whenever I passed a reflective surface. The most persistent reminder was the hum. It wasn't always there, not like it was in the alien realm, but it would return, faint and subtle, usually when I was alone in the quietest moments. A low internal thrum, a vibration in my chest, a pressure behind my eyes. It wasn't terrifying now, not exactly. More like a constant, unsettling companion, a reminder of where I had been and what I had experienced. It was a part of me now, a frequency I was attuned to, a resonance I had carried back from the other side. I tried to talk about it once, to an old friend, a fellow hiker who understood the allure of the wilderness. We met for coffee, real coffee this time, in a bustling cafe. I started hesitantly, describing the strange feeling of being lost, the altered landscape. But as I tried to articulate the glowing trees, the crystalline moss, the serpentine creatures, the words felt hollow, inadequate. My friend listened patiently at first, then his eyes glazed over, a polite but distant look replacing his initial concern. He thought I was suffering from severe disorientation, perhaps a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and dehydration. He suggested I see a doctor, get some rest. I stopped trying. How could I explain the impossible to someone who had never stepped through the veil? I withdrew, retreating into the isolation of my cabin. The mundane world felt too loud, too bright, too oblivious. People talked of trivial things, rising gas prices, local gossip, the weather. How could they not see? How could they not feel the hum that vibrated just beneath the surface of reality? Days turned into weeks. I ate little, slept fitfully, and spent most of my time staring out the window, watching the familiar forest that surrounded my home. It was beautiful, but it no longer felt innocent. I knew there were places, hidden deep within its ancient embrace, where reality was thin, where the impossible bled through. One afternoon, almost a month after my return, I was washing dishes, my back to the kitchen window. The setting sun cast long shadows across the sink, turning the water a deep orange. I glanced down at my hands, submerged in the soapy water. For a fleeting second, just before I blinked, I saw it. A faint shimmer, a hint of translucence at the edges of my fingers, as if the water itself was amplifying a dormant quality within me. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, leaving my hands looking perfectly normal, perfectly human. But I had seen it, a ghost of the other side, clinging to me. The hum, which had been a constant low thrum, intensified. It was no longer internal, but seemed to emanate from the very air around me, from the walls of my cabin, from the distant forest. It was faint, barely perceptible, but unmistakably there. My heart began to pound. It wasn't just in my head, it was returning. I stumbled out of the kitchen, looking frantically around my living room. Everything was normal. The bookshelf, the armchair, the stone fireplace. But the hum persisted, a low, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I walked to the front door, pulling it open. The familiar scent of pine and damp earth greeted me, but now mixed with something else, something metallic and sharp, like blooming electricity. The same scent I had encountered in the glowing forest. The sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. But these weren't natural hues. They seemed too vibrant, too intense, mirroring the impossible sky I had seen in the other realm. I looked at the familiar trees surrounding my cabin. Their bark still held the rough texture of old growth. Their leaves still rustled with the evening breeze. But as I stared, focusing, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination, I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer around their branches, a subtle distortion in the air, a whisper of the internal light I had witnessed. It wasn't just my imagination. The veil between worlds was thinning, and it was thinning around me. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the dull dread that had become my constant companion. I wasn't just marked, I was a conduit, a connection. The monolith, mirror lake, the alien realm, they hadn't just let me go. They had sent me back, irrevocably altered, to carry a piece of their reality with me. I slammed the door shut, locking it with a desperate click. I paced the living room, my mind racing. What did it mean? Was the other side bleeding into my world, or was I bleeding into it? Was I somehow pulling it here? My gaze fell upon a framed photograph on my mantelpiece. It was an old picture of me, much younger, standing triumphantly on a mountain peak, a vast, pristine wilderness stretching behind me. My old self, before the hum, before the shimmer, before the impossible. He looked so naive, so oblivious. The reflection in the photo's glass shimmered. For a heart-stopping moment, the background of the photograph seemed to shift, the familiar mountains replaced by glowing, impossible trees, their bark swirling with geometric light. And then from the depths of the reflected scene, a faint, elongated shadow, undulating slowly, seemed to pass behind my younger self. I snatched the photo, turning it face down on the mantelpiece. My breath was ragged, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. It wasn't just in my mind, it was happening. The mirror, the window, the portal. It wasn't just the lake. It was anywhere that could reflect, anywhere that could offer a glimpse. And now it was extending to anything that could hold an image, a memory. I needed to understand. I needed answers. I couldn't live like this, perpetually haunted, watching my reality unravel. I pulled out my old topographical maps, spreading them across the coffee table. My fingers traced the familiar contours of the ironwood wilderness, hesitating over the unmarked valley where Mirror Lake lay hidden. The coordinates were etched into my memory, a precise location. I had to go back, not into the other realm, not yet, but back to the edge, back to the source of it all. The fear was still potent, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now mixed with a strange, dark resolve. I had survived once. I could do it again, and this time I wouldn't be just a lost hiker. I would be an explorer, seeking answers, trying to understand the terrifying truth of my changed existence. The next morning, I began to prepare. This wasn't a casual camping trip. This was a mission. I packed meticulously, ignoring the lingering hum, the subtle shimmer in the morning light filtering through my windows. I gathered supplies, food, water, first aid, a more powerful headlamp, an emergency beacon. I also added a few new items, a small handheld Geiger counter, a high-resolution camera, and a specialized field recorder designed to pick up low-frequency vibrations. I needed data, tangible proof, something beyond the terrifying whispers of my own mind. I left a note for my friend, vaguely stating I was embarking on a long research trip, an excuse he would understand. I didn't mention the true nature of my quest. He wouldn't believe me anyway. The drive back to the trailhead was different this time. The trepidation was still there, but it was tempered by a strange sense of purpose. I was no longer fleeing, I was returning. I parked my car, this time making sure it was well stocked and ready for my return. The forest loomed before me, dark and silent, a familiar wall of green. But now it held an almost magnetic pull, a terrifying allure. I hoisted my pack, its weight a comforting, familiar pressure on my shoulders. As I stepped onto the overgrown deer path, the hum intensified, a low thrumming that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath my boots. The metallic scent was stronger here, almost intoxicating. The path felt different, too. Not the alien, shifting labyrinth of the glowing forest, but not the simple, clear trail I remembered from my first journey either. The rhododendrons seemed to lean in closer, their dark leaves rustling with an unseen breeze. The silence was deeper, more profound, an expectant quiet. My sense of direction was impeccable this time. I navigated the familiar terrain with grim determination, my eyes scanning for any subtle shifts, any telltale signs of the veil thinning. The Geiger counter remained silent, the camera useless in the deep shadows of the forest floor, but the field recorder picked up a faint, persistent hum, a low-frequency vibration that was just at the edge of human hearing. It was real. It was there. After hours of walking, pushing deeper into the wilderness, I began to feel the subtle changes. The light filtering through the canopy grew softer, more ethereal, though the sun was still high in the sky. The air, while still smelling of pine, now carried that faint, sharp, metallic tang. And the trees, the familiar firs and cedars, began to subtly shimmer, their bark appearing to pulse with a low, internal glow when I focused my gaze just right. I was getting closer, closer to the boundary, to the edge of the impossible. My heart hammered against my ribs, a mixture of fear and grim satisfaction. This was it. This was what I had returned for. I found the clearing just as dusk began to fall, painting the sky in a muted palette of grays and soft purples. It was exactly as I remembered it from my brief, terrifying return, a circular patch of bare, dark earth about 50 feet across, surrounded by a perfect ring of ancient, towering firs. And in its center, silent and still, stood the monolith. It was dark, imposing, its rough-hewn stone tapering slightly towards a blunt top. The spiraling indentations on its surface were faint, almost imperceptible in the fading light. It radiated no hum, no light, no energy. It looked like nothing more than an ancient geological anomaly, a trick of the mind. But I knew better. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, perhaps 30 feet away from the stone. The hum was palpable now, vibrating in the air, a deep, resonant thrum that resonated in my chest. The metallic scent was strong, biting. The firs around the clearing shimmered faintly, their bark seeming to pulse with a subtle internal light. The air felt charged, thick with an invisible energy. This was the threshold, the doorway. I pulled out the field recorder, extending its microphone towards the monolith. The needle on the display jumped, indicating a strong, low-frequency signal. I pressed record. I needed proof. I needed to capture this. Then I took out my camera. I zoomed in on the monolith, trying to capture its details, its ancient, weathered surface. The lens seemed to struggle to focus, the image blurring slightly around the edges, as if the camera itself couldn't fully comprehend what it was seeing. I pressed the shutter repeatedly, hoping to capture something, anything, that could validate my experience. As I recorded and photographed, I noticed something new, something that made my blood run cold. Just at the very edge of the clearing, where the dark earth met the forest floor, a faint, almost invisible shimmer was rising. It looked like heat haze, a distortion of the air, but it pulsed with a subtle internal light, like the shimmering lattice in the alien forest. It was creeping, slowly, inexorably, towards the monolith. The hum intensified. It wasn't just a vibration anymore. It was a pressure, a physical force pressing against my eardrums, making my teeth ache. The air around the monolith began to visibly distort, shimmering and wavering, like heat rising from asphalt. The trees surrounding the clearing intensified their glow, their geometric patterns, which I could now discern, beginning to pulse with a faster rhythm. The dark earth of the clearing itself seemed to darken further, absorbing the fading light, becoming an abyss of absolute blackness. I gripped the field recorder, my hands trembling. The shimmering haze was closer now, forming a shimmering, almost translucent wall around the entire clearing, slowly tightening its embrace. It was the veil, the boundary, and it was closing around the monolith, preparing to engulf it, to draw it back into the other realm. I had to get closer. I had to touch it again, not to go through, not yet, but to understand its power, its purpose. Ignoring every instinct screaming at me to run, I took a step forward, then another, moving towards the monolith. My legs felt heavy, as if I were wading through thick mud, but I pushed through, driven by a desperate, burning need for answers. As I approached, the hum became deafening, vibrating through my entire body, making my vision blur at the edges. The air around the stone felt charged, thick with an invisible energy, crackling with an unseen power. The shimmering wall of distorted light was almost at the monolith's base now, slowly rising, consuming the lower half of the stone. I reached the base of the monolith, my fingertips tingling with a strange mix of cold and heat. The rough, yet strangely smooth, surface of the stone was almost entirely engulfed by the shimmering wall of light, its dark mass slowly dissolving into pure energy. I lifted my hand hesitantly towards the stone, towards the shimmering light consuming it. I was not seeking passage. I was seeking a connection, an understanding. Just as my fingertips brushed against the shimmering distortion, a blinding flash of light erupted from the monolith. It wasn't the slow, consuming white light of my first passage, but an instantaneous, overwhelming burst of raw, uncontrolled energy that stole my vision, consuming everything. The hum rose to an unbearable shriek, tearing through my ears, shaking my very bones. I cried out, stumbling back, clutching my head. The light was searing, the sound deafening. It felt like I was being torn apart, dissolved into pure energy, just as the monolith itself seemed to be dissolving. My world spun. I fell to my knees, eyes squeezed shut, but the light was still there, burning behind my eyelids. The shriek echoed in my skull, 1,000 voices screaming in unison. And then, as abruptly as it began, it stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, deeper than anything I had experienced before. Not the oppressive silence of the glowing forest, but a true vacuum, an absence of all sound, all sensation. I lay there for a moment, curled on the bare earth, my body trembling, my mind a blank. Slowly, tentatively, I opened my eyes. The clearing was there, and the monolith stood as before, dark and silent in its center. But it was different. The shimmering wall of light was gone. The monolith stood alone, stark against the darkening sky, which was now a familiar, mundane canvas of deep blue and nascent stars. The trees around the clearing were just trees, dark and imposing, their bark rough, their leaves rustling with the faint evening breeze. No glow, no shimmer, no impossible patterns. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. The hum was gone, utterly, completely absent. I pushed myself up, my movements slow and uncertain. My head still throbbed, and a high-pitched ringing echoed in my ears, slowly fading. I looked around, my gaze darting from the silent monolith to the familiar forest, to the ordinary sky. It was as if nothing had happened, as if the veil had simply lifted, the phenomenon had retreated, leaving behind no trace. I stumbled back to where I had left my pack. The field recorder lay on the ground, its display blank, its battery indicator dark. I picked it up, trying to turn it on, but it was dead, fried. A useless piece of technology, just like my satellite phone had been in the other realm. The camera, too, lay useless, its lens shattered, its internal components melted. No proof, no data, nothing. The monolith had consumed it all, leaving only the terrifying, unforgettable memories etched into my mind. I was alone again in the familiar forest, with no tangible evidence of the impossible phenomenon I had just witnessed. The profound relief from my earlier return was replaced by a cold, unsettling certainty. The monolith wasn't a doorway I could choose to walk through. It was an entity, a mechanism, operating on its own incomprehensible cycle, and I, by touching it, had somehow interacted with that cycle. I had either stopped it or accelerated it. I didn't know which. I looked at my hands. They were mine, fleshy, scarred, solid. The translucence was gone. The silvery sheen was gone. My skin felt normal, too smooth, too cool, as it had after my first return. But the hum was still a memory in my bones, a ghost sensation. And I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the core that it would return, because I was still marked. I was still a conduit, and the monolith, silent and impassive now, was merely resting, waiting for its next cycle, its next awakening. I turned away from the clearing, from the dark, silent stone. There was nothing more to learn here tonight. I needed to camp, to rest, to process what had just happened. But sleep felt like an impossible dream. My mind raced, trying to find a pattern, a meaning, a way to control this terrifying connection I now possessed. I found a relatively flat spot under a massive fir, just outside the clearing, far enough away from the monolith to feel a fragile sense of safety. I didn't bother with the tent, just unrolled my sleeping bag and crawled inside, pulling it tight around me. I hadn't eaten properly in days. My head pounded. The night was a torment. The cold was profound, seeping into my bones. The silence was absolute, but now it felt like a silent judgment, a watchful presence. My imagination, fueled by fear and exhaustion, conjured images of the shimmering haze returning, slowly consuming the forest, engulfing my makeshift camp. I wondered if the creatures from the lake, those serpentine forms of pure light, were still out there, somewhere in the boundless, impossible other realm, waiting for the doorway to open again. I spent the night huddled in my sleeping bag, shivering despite my layers, my eyes wide open, staring into the darkness. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified. I wondered if I was losing my mind, if the stress and trauma had finally pushed me over the edge. But the memories were too vivid, too consistent. It had been real, all of it. The sun brought little comfort. The hum had not returned, but the feeling of being watched, of being trapped, remained. I was still lost, not in the wilderness, but in a labyrinth of impossible realities. My purpose had shifted. I was no longer seeking just answers. I was seeking control. I needed to understand the monolith, its cycles, its connection to Mirror Lake, and most importantly, its connection to me. I packed up my camp, my movements slow and deliberate. My supplies were dwindling. My equipment was useless. I was back to basic survival, but with the added burden of an existential crisis. I retraced my steps back towards the trailhead, the familiar path a welcome sight. But the forest itself felt different now. Every tree held a hidden potential, every rock a dormant energy. I saw the world through a new lens, a lens that revealed the faint, almost imperceptible shimmer that lay beneath the surface of reality. I was no longer just a man in the wilderness. I was a man forever changed, forever marked, and the Ironwood Wilderness, which had once been a refuge, was now a constant reminder of the terrifying truth that lay hidden within its depths. As I walked, a new thought began to form in my mind, cold and unsettling, yet strangely logical. The monolith was a doorway, Mirror Lake was a window or a source, and I, by some twisted fate, was a key. I had activated the doorway once by accident, and then again by despair. I had pushed through the veil and returned. But what if I wasn't just a key? What if, in the process, I had absorbed some of the alien energy, becoming something more? Something that could bridge the gap between worlds. The idea was terrifying, exhilarating. It suggested a path forward, a way to understand, perhaps even to control, the phenomena that had consumed my life. It was a dangerous thought, a tempting whisper in the darkest corners of my mind. I reached my car late in the afternoon, exhausted, hungry, but with a new grim determination. I drove away from the trailhead, away from the looming forest, but not with the frantic desperation of my first escape. This time I drove with a purpose. I needed to research, to delve into ancient texts, forgotten legends, esoteric sciences. I needed to find any scrap of information, any hint of understanding that could shed light on the monolith, on Mirror Lake, on the impossible reality that now intertwined with my own. My life as a simple cartographer was over. My new quest had begun, and it would lead me down paths far stranger, far more terrifying than any wilderness trail I had ever imagined. The hum I knew would return, and when it did, I would be ready. Ready to listen, ready to understand, ready to face whatever lay beyond the veil, for I had no other choice. This was my life now, a constant dance on the edge of the impossible. The journey home from the trailhead was a blur of asphalt and desperate thoughts. I wasn't fleeing this time, not in the panicked, primal way I had after my first encounter. Now it was a strategic retreat, a necessary pause to gather my shattered wits and forge a new weapon, knowledge. The hum, blessedly absent for now, still echoed in the phantom space behind my ears, a promise of its return. And when it did, I vowed to be ready. My cabin, usually a sanctuary, felt like a cage. The familiar walls, the comforting clutter of books and maps, now seemed to mock me with their mundane solidity. How could I sit here, drinking coffee and trying to focus on contour lines, when I knew with every fiber of my being that impossible realities churned just beyond the veil? My life as a cartographer, once so fulfilling, was a hollow shell. My new quest had eclipsed everything. I started with my own small library, a collection heavy on regional history, geology, and cryptobotany, the weird and wonderful flora of the Pacific Northwest. I pulled out dusty volumes, their pages crackling, searching for any mention of the ironwood wilderness that hinted at something more. I devoured local folklore, logging journals, old newspaper clippings detailing strange disappearances or unexplained lights in the sky. Nothing, a few isolated accounts of hikers getting lost, a forgotten gold mine, a blurry photograph of what might have been a Sasquatch. The mundane was an impenetrable wall, protecting the ordinary from the extraordinary. Next, the internet, a vast, sprawling ocean of information and misinformation. I dove into academic databases, obscure forums, conspiracy theory websites. I searched keywords: interdimensional portal, dimensional rift, ancient alien technology, energy monoliths, crystalline forest, liquid light lake, serpentine light beings. The results were a deluge of garbage. New Age ramblings, blurry UFO photos, theoretical physics papers that were impenetrable without a decade of study. I waded through it all, my eyes gritty, my head pounding. Hours bled into days, days into weeks. Sleep was a luxury, fractured by vivid nightmares of glowing eyes and silent, impossible hums. I ate only when my body rebelled, forcing down cold, tasteless food. My social isolation deepened. I ignored calls, let emails pile up. My friend, the one I had vaguely hinted at my research trip to, left a concerned voicemail. I deleted it. How could I explain? How could I articulate the feeling of watching your own world fray at the edges? The hum, it began to return, subtly at first. A faint vibration in my chest when the house was quiet, a low-frequency thrum that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the air itself. It wasn't terrifying now, not exactly. It was more like a familiar ache, a persistent reminder that I was no longer wholly human. Then came the visual distortions, not the full, overwhelming shimmer of the other realm, but fleeting glimpses. A ripple in the reflection of my glass of water, a momentary blur in the pattern of a curtain, a subtle intensification of color in a sunset that felt almost hyperreal, too vibrant, too alive. My peripheral vision would sometimes catch a hint of a metallic sheen on a common object, a ghost of the alien landscape clinging to the edges of my perception. I started to document these occurrences. Not with a camera, I'd lost my last one, and frankly, I knew it couldn't truly capture what I was seeing, but with detailed notes, sketches, trying to quantify the impossible. I drew crude maps of the distortions, marking where they appeared, the conditions, the subtle shifts in the hum. I was searching for a pattern, a rhythm, anything that could give me an edge. The breakthrough, when it came, was not from some ancient scroll or whispered legend, but from a forgotten corner of an online geological survey forum. A thread from 15 years ago, mostly dismissed as crackpottery, discussed anomalous magnetic fields in remote wilderness areas of the Pacific Northwest. One particular user, GeodeGuru, had posted highly technical data and obscure citations, arguing for the existence of subterranean energy conduits or tectonic resonance chambers that could periodically bleed into the surface environment. His posts included a series of topographical maps overlaid with strange symbols and lines. One of those maps was eerily familiar. It focused on the general area of the Ironwood Wilderness, and marked with a peculiar symbol, a spiral within a circle, was the precise, unmarked valley where Mirror Lake and the monolith lay hidden. I contacted Geodguru, though I held little hope. The account was old, likely dormant. To my astonishment, I received a reply within hours. A terse, slightly suspicious message. "Who is this and why are you interested in my work?" I explained carefully, vaguely at first, that I was a cartographer deeply interested in geological anomalies and had stumbled upon his theories while researching strange magnetic fluctuations in a particular region. I avoided mentioning the full extent of my experience, fearing outright dismissal. Geodguru, whose real name was Elias Vance, was a retired geology professor from a small regional university. He was skeptical, but intrigued by my persistence and my apparent understanding of his niche, complex theories. We exchanged a series of emails, then phone calls. I found him to be brilliant, eccentric, and fiercely dedicated to his theories, which had been largely ignored by mainstream academia. He had developed a highly sensitive array of magnetometers and infrasound detectors, which he had deployed in several remote locations over the years. His data consistently showed periodic, extreme fluctuations in both magnetic fields and ultra-low frequency, ULF, sound waves, the hum, emanating from deep within the Earth. He believed these weren't natural geological events, but rather manifestations of an unknown, non-terrestrial energy source interacting with specific, highly resonant geological formations. He theorized that these formations acted as amplifiers, or perhaps even receivers. "What you're describing," he said in a crackly phone call one evening, "the shimmer, the translucence, the metallic scent, these are consistent with my predictions for what might happen if these energy fields reached a sufficient saturation point. We're talking about localized shifts in spacetime, or at least a blurring of quantum states at a macroscopic level. Think of it as a thinning of the veil, not just between dimensions, but between fundamental realities." My heart hammered. He was describing my experience with scientific language. "And the monolith," I ventured carefully. "What about structures, obelisks?" Elias was silent for a moment. "Ah, the resonators, as I call them. My field data suggests that these anomalies are often found in proximity to ancient, unidentifiable megalithic structures. I believe these structures aren't just amplifiers, but active conduits, designed perhaps to channel or focus these energies. Or perhaps they are not of this Earth at all, and merely utilize existing geological hotspots to manifest." He then dropped a bombshell. "I had a research assistant once, a brilliant young man who went missing while investigating one such site. Not the one you're interested in, but another, further north. He too spoke of shimmers and humming stones before he vanished. His equipment, when we eventually found it, was fried, utterly useless, like it had been struck by lightning, but with no evidence of a storm." A chill ran down my spine. "Mine too," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "My camera, my recorder, fried." Elias took a deep, shaky breath. "Then it's true. You've been to the edge. You've touched the veil." I confessed everything then. The missing reflection, the shadow in the lake, the blinding light, the shimmering forest, the serpentine creatures, the hovering construct, the terrifying return, the re-emergence of the hum and the subtle distortions in my own reality. I spoke for hours, pouring out the impossible truth that had haunted me for weeks. Elias listened, rapt. He didn't dismiss me, didn't call me crazy. Instead, he asked questions, probing for details, cross-referencing my descriptions with his own theoretical models. His scientific mind, while grounded in empirical data, was open enough to entertain the truly extraordinary. The internal hum you describe, he mused, the feeling of generating a frequency that's profound. It suggests a direct bioenergetic interaction. Your body, exposed to these energies, has perhaps undergone a subtle resonant transformation. You are, in essence, a walking antenna, a bridge. A bridge, my own unsettling thought, now confirmed by a respected, if eccentric, scientist. What does it mean? I asked, my voice raw with exhaustion and a burgeoning sense of dread. Am I permanently changed? Is it going to spread? Is my world going to become that? Elias was quiet again. I don't know, he admitted, his voice softer, more human now. My theories suggest these energies are cyclical. They wax and wane. Your exposure was profound, singular. You were pulled through. Most people merely encounter the periphery. The effects on your physiology, that's unprecedented. But if you are indeed a bridge, a key, then perhaps you also hold the potential to understand and perhaps even influence these cycles. Influence, the word hung in the air, terrifying and exhilarating. He proposed a collaboration. He had spent decades trying to prove his theories, to find someone who had experienced what he only hypothesized. I was that proof. He wanted to return to the Ironwood wilderness with me, to deploy a new, custom-built array of shielded sensors, to document the phenomena, to study me. I hesitated, returning to that place, to the very source of my trauma, filled me with a primal fear. But the alternative, living in perpetual isolation, watching my reality slowly unravel, haunted by ghosts of another dimension, was far worse. Elias offered answers, understanding, a chance to regain some semblance of control. I have a remote research station near the Ironwood, Elias explained. Off-grid, heavily shielded. It's a place where we can analyze data without external interference, and more importantly, where you can be monitored and, if necessary, protected from bleed-through events. The idea of a safe haven, a place to understand and perhaps even mitigate the subtle bleed-throughs I was experiencing, was too tempting to refuse. We spent the next 2 weeks preparing. Elias, a man in his late 70s, moved with a surprising vitality, his mind a whirlwind of calculations and hypotheses. He designed a new suite of equipment, advanced ULF detectors with adaptive shielding, high-frequency energy meters, refined magnetometers, and even experimental biofeedback sensors designed to monitor my own internal hum. He explained each piece of equipment to me with the zeal of a mad inventor, his eyes alight with intellectual fire. We need to understand the precise frequencies, he explained, gesturing at a complex diagram, the energetic signature of these anomalies, and your unique bioresonance. If you are indeed capable of generating a sympathetic hum, we need to quantify it, understand its properties. Perhaps, just perhaps, it could be used to modulate the field, to control the doorway rather than merely opening it. The thought of controlling the monolith, of closing the terrifying portal that had consumed me, filled me with a potent mix of hope and terror. I, in turn, shared my detailed mental maps of the glowing forest, describing the intricate lattice of light, the architecture of the hovering construct, the nature of the serpentine creatures. Elias listened, making copious notes, drawing connections to ancient concepts of ley lines and etheric fields. He believed the lattice was not just a natural phenomenon, but a deliberate energy network, possibly a communication system, or even a form of consciousness. The lake, he theorized, tapping a pen on his desk, Mirror Lake. It's not just a window. The shadows, the creatures of light, I believe it's a reservoir, a point of entry or egress for what you described as sentient motes of pure energy, or perhaps the collective consciousness of this other realm. His words painted an even more terrifying picture. Not just a portal, but an active gateway for intelligent, non-terrestrial entities. Before we left, Elias rigged my cabin with a rudimentary set of sensors, just to monitor for any significant bleed-through while I was away. He showed me how to read the simple display, assuring me it was just for baseline data, but I saw the concern in his eyes. He knew I was a walking anomaly. Finally, the day came. We set off in Elia's old, heavily modified SUV, packed to the brim with scientific equipment. The drive was long, covering hundreds of miles of winding mountain roads. As we approached the Ironwood wilderness, I felt a familiar tension build in my stomach. The air began to acquire that metallic tang, faint at first, then growing stronger. And the hum, a low, persistent thrum, returned to my bones, echoing the low rumble of the SUV's engine. Elias, strapped into a series of biosensors, nodded grimly. "We're in range," he muttered, adjusting a dial on a small monitor on the dashboard. His remote research station was a marvel of ingenuity. Tucked deep within a dense thicket of old-growth forest, it was a small, unassuming cabin, disguised to blend in with the environment. But inside, it was a nerve center. Banks of monitors, blinking lights, data cables snaking across the floor, all powered by a silent, high-capacity solar array and a sophisticated battery bank. The entire structure was heavily shielded, a Faraday cage designed to minimize external interference and, hopefully, to contain any unwanted energetic bleed-through. "Welcome to my sanctuary," Elias said with a wry smile, gesturing around the lab, and soon, hopefully, our command center. We spent the first few days meticulously setting up equipment. Elias insisted on a slow, methodical approach, establishing a precise grid of sensors around the valley, carefully calibrated and cross-referenced. He had brought a team of small, drone-like autonomous sensors that he launched, guiding them remotely to position themselves in key locations, triangulating data points. I helped him, my cartographic skills proving invaluable in navigating the terrain and marking precise coordinates. But my real value, Elias stressed, was my unique physiological state. He attached an array of delicate biosensors to my chest, wrists, and temples. These monitored my heart rate, brain activity, skin conductivity, and most importantly, my internal hum. A small, discreet device, barely larger than a watch, was permanently affixed to my wrist, constantly transmitting my biodata back to the main console at the station. "Consider it your personal early warning system," Elias explained. "If the energy flux begins to affect you significantly, we'll know." He also gave me a small, portable ULF detector, no bigger than a smartphone. "It's calibrated to your specific internal frequency," he said. "Think of it as an extension of your own senses. It should give you a more objective reading of the external hum and how it correlates with your internal resonance." As we worked, the hum in the wilderness grew stronger. It wasn't just in my head anymore. Elias' equipment confirmed it. A low, resonant thrum just below the threshold of human hearing permeated the entire valley. The metallic scent was a constant presence now, sharp and invigorating, and the subtle shimmer, the distortion in the air, became more frequent, especially as we neared the valley floor. We never ventured into the clearing with the monolith directly. Elias was adamant about that. "Not yet," he said. "We need more data. We need to understand the cycle, the triggers. Your last experience was profound and violent. We can't risk another uncontrolled interaction." Instead, he positioned long-range, high-definition cameras with specialized filters pointed directly at the monolith from several hidden vantage points. Microphones, shielded and sensitive, were arrayed to pick up any sound, any vibration. He even deployed experimental LiDAR systems, hoping to map the subtle shifts in the air, the distortions of the veil itself. From the research station, we watched the monitors. Days turned into weeks again. The hum intensified and receded, following an unpredictable rhythm. Sometimes the trees around the clearing would shimmer faintly. The air around the monolith would visibly distort. But the full manifestation, the blinding light, the full emergence of the other realm never occurred. It's like it's dormant, Elias mused, rubbing his chin, or perhaps waiting for something or someone. He glanced at me. Your presence here at the periphery might be affecting it, or perhaps your previous interaction has altered its cycle. The thought was unsettling. Had my desperate escape, my fumbled attempt to return, somehow broken the ancient mechanism, or simply reset it? One evening, as dusk settled over the ironwood, painting the sky in deep purples and oranges, Elias' main console began to flash. Alarms blared, a series of urgent beeps. "What is it?" I asked, adrenaline surging. Elias leaned forward, eyes glued to the screen. Massive energy spike, ULF readings off the charts, and localized gravitational distortions, centered on Mirror Lake. Mirror Lake, not the monolith. My blood ran cold. The dread, a familiar companion, returned with full force. "Is it happening?" I whispered. "Is it opening?" Elia's fingers flew across the keyboard. Not the doorway, not yet, but something is activating. The energy is emanating from the lake itself, a sustained, powerful output. "Look," he pointed to a high-resolution camera feed that showed a distant, hazy view of Mirror Lake. Even through the filters and the distance, I could see it. The surface of the lake was not still. It was swirling, slowly at first, then picking up speed, becoming a maelstrom of liquid light, just as I remembered. The silvery mist began to thicken, coalescing into faint, phantom shapes. My portable ULF detector, clipped to my belt, began to thrum violently, a deep, resonant vibration that I could feel throughout my body. The internal hum within me intensified, matching the device's frantic rhythm. "The hum is spiking through you too," Elias exclaimed, checking his biofeedback monitors. "Your internal resonance is amplifying the external field. This is unprecedented." I gripped the edge of the console, my knuckles white. The memories flooded back. The vast, serpentine creatures, their luminous eyes, their inexorable advance. They were coming. "The creatures," I choked out. "Are they?" Elias zoomed in on the lake feed, but the resolution was still too poor to confirm. "I can't tell for sure, but the energy signatures, they're consistent with what you described. Massive, localized concentrations of highly organized energy within the lake. It's almost like biological signatures, but not as we know them." The hum in the station was deafening now, vibrating through the shielded walls, rattling the equipment. I could feel it in my bones, a terrifying echo of my last encounter. My vision blurred at the edges, the subtle shimmer becoming more pronounced in the air around us. The metallic scent was overpowering, almost choking. "We need to get closer," I said, my voice hoarse. "We need to see." Elias turned, his face grim. "Absolutely not. We're getting incredible data here. Sending you down there now would be reckless, suicidal. Your biosignature is off the charts. You're a beacon. You'd draw them straight to you." But I wasn't listening. The dread was overwhelming, but so was a strange, desperate need to understand, to face it. to confront the source of my torment, not as a helpless victim, but as an observer, armed with Elia's knowledge and equipment. I have to go, I insisted, already moving towards the door. I'm the only one who can truly see it, truly feel it. And I'm the key, Elias. You said it yourself. Maybe I can influence it, understand it, before it fully manifests here. Elias hesitated, his scientific curiosity warring with his concern for my safety. He knew that my unique connection made me both the most vulnerable and the most valuable asset. All right, he finally relented, his voice tight. But you're not going alone, and you're wearing every piece of portable telemetry I can rig you with. We'll monitor your every vital sign, every energy fluctuation, and you stick to the perimeter, no closer than absolutely necessary. Understand? I nodded, already pulling on my heavy-duty field jacket. Elias quickly outfitted me with additional sensors, a more powerful headlamp, a fortified communications earpiece linked directly to the station, and a compact, highly shielded camera designed to withstand electromagnetic surges. He even gave me a small, custom-built energy dampener, a device designed to emit a counter-frequency if the hum became overwhelming, a theoretical, untested prototype. This is a one-time use, experimental device, Elias cautioned, handing me the sleek metallic cylinder. If the hum becomes intolerable, or if you feel you're losing control of your own resonance, activate it. It might buy you some time, or it might do nothing. I don't know. I strapped it to my wrist, my hands trembling. The weight of the equipment, the scientific jargon, the grim determination in Elias' eyes, it all coalesced into a terrifying reality. I was heading back to the heart of the impossible, not just to survive, but to gather data, to understand, to confront. Stay safe, Elias said, his voice softer, now paternal, and report everything, every sensation, every sight. I nodded again, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the shielded sanctuary of the research station into the deepening twilight of the Ironwood wilderness. The hum was a physical wall, pressing against me, vibrating through the very earth. The metallic scent was sharp, almost overwhelming. I moved with a desperate urgency, following the faint trail that led down towards the valley floor, towards Mirror Lake. The portable ULF detector on my belt pulsed frantically, its readings off the charts. My own internal hum was a roaring current, 1,000 voices screaming in unison within my skull. The forest around me was not yet glowing, but the air shimmered, thick with an unseen energy, distorting the familiar shapes of trees and rocks. I kept my eyes on the distant, hazy light of Mirror Lake, a beacon of impossible energy. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of fear and exhilaration. I was going back to the source. The fear was a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now tempered by a grim resolve. I was no longer a lost hiker. I was an observer, a bridge, a conduit. As I descended into the valley, the air grew colder, colder than any natural temperature. The metallic scent sharpened, tasting of ozone and blood. The hum intensified, a deafening roar that made my teeth ache. I could feel the energy building, swirling around me, through me, tugging at the edges of my perception. Through the earpiece, Elia's voice crackled, urgent and strained. Readings are escalating, rapidly. The lake is fully activated. Gravitational distortions are extreme. Be careful. I pushed through a thicket of rhododendrons, breaking out onto the edge of the valley floor, still a quarter-mile from the lake's shore. And there it was. Mirror Lake. It was a maelstrom of liquid light, just as I had seen it before. The entire surface pulsed with an ethereal, silvery glow, swirling and churning, a vortex of pure energy. The The silvery mist above it was thicker, opaque, shot through with streaks of opalescent light. And within that mist they were forming, the phantom shapes. Massive, serpentine forms coiling and uncoiling, their bodies woven from the same liquid light as the lake, their heads blunt, featureless, with 2 points of intense, glowing light for eyes. They were immense, larger than any whale, and they moved with a silent, terrible grace, rising slowly towards the surface. My breath hitched in my throat. They were real, they were here, and they were manifesting. My portable ULF detector was screaming now, its digital display a blur of impossible numbers. My internal hum was a deafening roar, matched by the crushing pressure in my chest, the blinding shimmer in my vision. Elia's voice, though distorted, was a frantic warning in my ear. They're coming through, full manifestation. Get back now. But I couldn't move. My feet were rooted to the spot, my muscles locked in terror and awe. My eyes were wide, fixed on the impossible spectacle unfolding before me. One of them, larger than the rest, slowly turned its glowing eyes towards my position. The air grew impossibly cold, and the metallic scent sharpened, tasting of ozone and blood. It moved slowly, majestically, towards the shore, towards me. The liquid light of its body rippled, casting shifting patterns across the ground. It was no longer a phantom in the mist, but a solid, glowing entity, its 2 luminous eyes fixed on me, radiating an ancient, cold intelligence. It did not move with aggressive speed, but with a deliberate, inexorable advance, a slow, terrifying certainty. And above the lake, suspended in the air, the hovering construct was there. Its spherical form, woven from threads of pure light, pulsed with an accelerated rhythm. Its myriad eyes of concentrated light seemed to follow the advancing creature, and then me. It wasn't just observing, it was activating. "They're coming for you," Elias screamed through the earpiece, his voice cracking with fear. "Your resonance, you're drawing them. Get out of there, now." But even as his words filled my ear, a new understanding began to dawn on me, chilling me to the bone. The hum within me wasn't just a byproduct of my exposure. It was a call, a signal, and the creatures, the monolith, the lake, the construct, they were responding. I wasn't just a key, I was bait. The lead creature, its luminous head now half-breached on the edge of the shore, extended a shimmering, serpentine neck towards me, its glowing eyes unwavering. The air around it crackled with invisible energy. I instinctively reached for the energy dampener on my wrist, my fingers fumbling with the unfamiliar device. Was this it? Was this where my journey ended, swallowed by the impossible? Just as my thumb found the activation button, a new, violent tremor shook the ground. It wasn't the slow, rhythmic thrumming of the hum, but a sudden, violent jolt, as if the very earth was ripping apart. From the far end of the valley, beyond the lake, a blinding flash of golden light erupted, tearing through the twilight. It wasn't the silvery light of the alien realm, nor the raw white light of the monolith. This was a different light entirely, hot and vibrant, utterly foreign. The creature on the shore recoiled, its glowing eyes momentarily flickering. The shimmering patterns on its body distorted, rippling violently. The other serpentine forms in the lake thrashed, their liquid light churning into chaos. The hovering construct above the lake pulsed erratically, its geometric patterns dissolving and reforming in a frantic, uncoordinated dance. The hum, which had been deafening, suddenly fractured, breaking into a discordant symphony of shrieks and groans, as if the entire alien realm was experiencing a catastrophic feedback loop. What in God's name was that? Elia's voice roared through my earpiece, a mixture of terror and scientific awe. Readings are insane. Something else is here. Something incredibly powerful, and it's interacting with the lake's energy field. My gaze was drawn to the source of the golden light. From beyond the lake, where the valley narrowed into a steep-sided gorge, a massive structure began to rise. It wasn't a monolith. It wasn't the hovering construct. It was a ship. It was immense, far larger than anything I had ever imagined, and it seemed to be woven from the same golden light that now bathed the valley. Its form was sleek, aerodynamic, yet utterly alien, with no visible seams or propulsion systems. It hummed with a different frequency, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the very air, competing with and seemingly disrupting the alien hum of the lake. As it rose higher, slowly ascending from the depths of the gorge, its underside became visible. A massive circular aperture, glowing with an internal golden light, slowly opened, revealing a vast, dark interior. And from that aperture, a beam of pure, concentrated golden energy erupted, striking the hovering construct above Mirror Lake. The construct shrieked, a sound that tore through the fractured hum, vibrating through my very bones. Its luminous threads shattered, sending shards of pure light scattering across the valley like glittering dust. The spherical form pulsed violently, collapsing in on itself, before exploding in a silent, blinding flash of pure white light that momentarily obliterated everything. When my vision cleared, the hovering construct was gone. The serpentine creatures in Mirror Lake thrashed, their forms dissolving, their liquid light scattering, retreating back into the depths. The hum of the alien realm, though still present, was greatly diminished, muted, as if the source of its power had been violently severed. The golden ship hovered silently above the gorge, its circular aperture still glowing, its hum a steady, powerful thrum that now dominated the valley. It was utterly, terrifyingly magnificent. And from the now silent, still lake, where the hovering construct had been, a single, solitary column of light erupted. Not the majestic, slow ascent of concentrated energy I had seen before, but a rapid, violent burst, like a geyser of pure, condensed light, rocketing towards the golden ship. The ship did not move. It simply absorbed the column of light into its open aperture, as if drinking from the very heart of the lake. My mind reeled. Another presence, another, even more alien, force had entered the impossible equation, and it was actively hostile to the first. Delia's voice was a desperate, horrified whisper in my ear. Oh my God, we have a third party, and it just engaged. We have hostile engagement. The readings, they're off the scale. The golden ship, having absorbed the column of light, began to slowly turn, its massive form pivoting with an impossible grace. Its glowing aperture now seemed to be scanning the valley, sweeping across the forest, the lake, and then, inexorably, towards my hidden position. I felt a cold dread deeper than anything I had experienced before. I had stumbled into a war, a conflict between entities beyond human comprehension, and I was directly in its path. My biosensors were screaming. My internal hum was a panicked, discordant shriek. My portable ULF detector was dead, fried by the sheer overload of energy. The air around me crackled, electricity visible in the twilight. The golden light of the ship, now fully focused on my position, intensified, bathing my hiding spot in an ethereal, golden glow. The hum of the ship was a physical force, pushing against me, a wave of pure energy. I stumbled back, tripping over a fallen log, scrambling to find cover to escape the blinding, golden gaze of the unknown. The golden ship was no longer just an observer. It was looking for something, or someone, and I had a terrifying premonition that it had found it. My earpiece crackled, Elia's voice now a faint, panicked whisper. They know you're there, your resonance, shut it down, shut down your hum, use the dampener. I fumbled for the dampener on my wrist, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The golden light was searing, the hum overwhelming. My mind screamed at me to run, but where? How could I escape something so vast, so powerful, so utterly alien? As my thumb pressed the button on the energy dampener, another, even more profound tremor shook the valley. This time it emanated from directly beneath my feet. The ground ruptured, tearing apart the earth with a sound like grinding mountains. And from the newly opened chasm, boiling up from the very bedrock of the ironwood wilderness, a massive obsidian spire began to slowly rise. It was dark, darker than any stone, absorbing all light, reflecting nothing. Its surface was not smooth, but etched with intricate, impossibly complex geometric patterns that pulsed with a faint, internal crimson light. It was immense, dwarfing the surrounding trees, towering over the golden ship. It radiated an energy that was ancient, primal, utterly hostile. The golden ship recoiled, its powerful hum faltering, its golden light dimming. The circular aperture on its underside snapped shut. The valley was suddenly silent, a heavy, oppressive silence that seemed to swallow all sound, all light, all hope. The obsidian spire, now fully risen, stood like a sentinel of unimaginable power, its crimson patterns pulsing with malevolent intent. It was neither the shimmering light of the lake, nor the golden brilliance of the ship. It was something else entirely, something older, deeper, darker. And from its base, where the chasm had opened, a single massive shadow began to slowly unfurl. Not the liquid light of the lake creatures, but a tangible, predatory darkness coiling outwards, absorbing the fading light of dusk, consuming the very air. I stood there, paralyzed, caught between three impossible, warring forces. The shattered remains of the lake's power, the retreating golden ship, and now, this ancient, primal darkness erupting from the earth itself. My energy dampener clicked. A faint, internal hum, different from the others, began to resonate from the device, a low, steady thrum. It was barely perceptible amidst the profound silence, but I felt it, vibrating through my wrist, through my bones. Although, the faint, internal hum from the dampener, barely a whisper against the profound silence that had swallowed the valley, was quickly overwhelmed by a growing wave of pressure. It wasn't sound, but a physical force emanating from the obsidian spire. It felt like being crushed slowly, inexorably from all sides. The crimson patterns on the spire pulsed faster, an ominous, rhythmic throb that resonated deep in my chest. The darkness unfurling from its base was no longer just a shadow. It was a swirling, opaque entity, coiling upwards, its tendrils reaching, grasping, towards the golden ship. The golden ship, previously so dominant, now seemed diminished, almost cowering. Its powerful hum had ceased, replaced by a high-pitched, almost imperceptible whine like a strained piece of machinery. Its golden light flickered, struggling against the encroaching darkness. The circular aperture on its underside remained closed, a defensive posture. It began to slowly, cautiously ascend higher, trying to gain distance from the rising spire. Through my earpiece, Elia's voice was a ragged gasp, barely audible. The spire, it's radiating an anti-energy field, a null field. It's choking the other two entities. Get back. Get back now. I don't know what it will do to organic matter." His words spurred me. My legs, previously locked in terror, found a frantic, clumsy motion. I scrambled backward, away from the terrifying epicenter, away from the rising darkness, my eyes fixed on the spire. The faint hum from the dampener on my wrist was my only companion, a fragile shield against the overwhelming silence and pressure. The unfurling darkness from the spire's base was faster than I expected. It was not just a shadow, but a consuming void, absorbing the very photons of light, turning the twilight into an absolute, inky blackness wherever it spread. It wasn't fluid like the lake creatures, nor solid like the spire. It was an absence, a hunger. As the darkness spread, it enveloped the remaining traces of the lake's power. The last lingering wisps of silvery mist vanished. Any subtle shimmer in the air dissipated. The metallic tang, which had been so sharp, suddenly became faint, as if the alien realm's very essence was being siphoned away, devoured. The golden ship continued its slow retreat, its light growing weaker, flickering desperately against the all-consuming blackness. It was like a dying star. The pressure from the spire intensified, and I felt a dizzying disorientation, a profound sense of wrongness, as if the fundamental laws of physics were being rewritten around me. My vision tunneled, and a wave of nausea washed over me. "The dampener," Elia's voice, now clearer, urged. "It's working. Your internal resonance is decreasing. You're less visible, but get out of there." The dampener, I focused on its faint hum, on the solid feel of the device on my wrist. It was a minuscule point of order in a universe gone mad. It wasn't stopping the external chaos, but it was creating a small, localized bubble of neutrality around me, muting my internal broadcast, making me less of a target. I continued to stumble backward, deeper into the cover of the forest, away from the direct line of sight to the spire. The encroaching darkness, however, seemed to have an intelligence, a predatory awareness. It was expanding outwards, a slow, inexorable tide, swallowing the forest, tree by tree, rock by rock. The golden ship, now high above the valley, let out a final, piercing whine, then its light winked out entirely. It became a dark, almost invisible speck against the deepening night sky, fleeing into the upper atmosphere, retreating from the overwhelming power of the spire. Then a new sound began, a low, guttural growl, deep and ancient, resonated from the base of the obsidian spire. It was a sound that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself, a sound of primordial rage and boundless hunger. And from the unfurling darkness, now a colossal, amorphous entity surrounding the spire, hundreds of points of crimson light began to slowly emerge, like predatory eyes opening in the void. They were not geometric like the construct, nor fluid like the lake creatures. They were pinpricks of pure, malevolent energy, fixed on the valley, on the now silent lake, and I had a terrifying suspicion on me. "It's consolidating." Elia's voice was sharp, laced with fear. "The null field is expanding. It's trying to consume the entire valley, get to higher ground, get to the ridge." I didn't need to be told twice. Every fiber of my being screamed for escape. I turned, pushing through the dense undergrowth, scrambling up the steep incline that led to the higher ridges surrounding the valley. The obsidian spire, now fully activated, dominated the landscape, an unholy monument to an ancient horror. Its crimson patterns pulsed with an accelerated rhythm, and the growl emanating from the darkness at its base became a constant, terrifying rumble. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed in protest, but I pushed myself harder, driven by the primal instinct for survival. The dampener on my wrist continued its steady hum, a tiny anchor in a storm of incomprehensible power. I could feel the edges of the null field, a creeping cold that stole the warmth from the air, a profound absence of sensation that numbed my skin. As I climbed, I risked a glance back. The valley floor was now entirely consumed by the unfurling darkness. The lake was gone, swallowed by the void. The trees, previously vibrant with life, now stood as silent, skeletal sentinels, their very existence seeming to be leached away by the oppressive presence. The crimson eyes of the darkness at the spire's base gleamed, hundreds of malevolent pinpricks of light, slowly scanning, slowly searching. It's searching for residual energy signatures, Elias warned. Anything that resonates, keep moving. Your dampener is helping, but it's not foolproof against something of this magnitude. I scrambled over a fallen log, my foot catching on a root, sending me sprawling. Pain shot through my ankle, but I ignored it, pushing myself up, limping, driven by a terror that surpassed any physical agony. The darkness was rising, slowly, deliberately, like an oil slick across the land, consuming the very light. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the ridge. Gasping for air, my body trembling, I collapsed behind a cluster of ancient firs, peering down into the valley. The sight that met my eyes stole what little breath I had left. The entire valley was a bowl of absolute blackness, radiating a palpable cold, a void in the heart of the ironwood wilderness. At its center, the obsidian spire stood, impossibly tall, its crimson patterns pulsing like a dark, malevolent heart. The hundreds of crimson eyes glowed within the pervasive darkness at its base, slowly, constantly searching. Yelia's voice was filled with a chilling awe. Unbelievable. It's like a localized entropy field. It's not just consuming energy, it's devouring existence itself. The baseline environmental readings are flatlining in the valley. Temperature, air pressure, even quantum fluctuations. Everything is being suppressed. It's a localized extinction event. "What is it?" I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely audible over my ragged breathing. I don't know," Elias admitted, his voice strained. "But my theories. I theorized about a deep earth entity, a primal, non-sentient force that predates the others. A geological immune response, perhaps. If the veil thins too much, if too much foreign energy bleeds through, this spire might be an automatic defensive mechanism. A planetary self-preservation system, acting to nullify any threats to its fundamental reality. A planetary immune response. The thought was both terrifying and strangely reassuring. This wasn't an alien invasion, but a fundamental force of the Earth, rising to defend itself. But if it was an immune response, what did that make me? A bridge between realities, a pathogen. The crimson eyes within the darkness slowly, inexorably, began to turn, one by one, towards the ridges, towards my position. "It's still searching," Elias warned. "Your dampener is masking your general resonance, but the sheer proximity to the epicenter, combined with your previous exposure, you're still a lingering anomaly in its field. It knows something is there." A new horror dawned on me. The dampener was not making me invisible. It was simply obscuring my signature, making me harder to pinpoint, but still an anomaly. The spire was like a vast, ancient predator, sensing a wounded prey. "What do I do?" I pleaded, my voice barely a whisper. "You need to break line of sight, put as much solid mass between you and the spire as possible," Elias instructed, his voice firming. "And you need to get back here. Now, we can't risk you being directly targeted. If it unleashes a focused energy blast, the dampener won't help." I nodded, though he couldn't see me. I began to move again, carefully, silently, using the dense cover of the firs, putting as much distance and obstruction between myself and the terrifying, crimson eyes in the valley below. I moved like a ghost, every nerve ending screaming, every shadow a potential threat. The profound cold from the null field was now creeping up the ridge, chilling me to the bone, a physical manifestation of fear. The journey back to the research station was a nightmare. The forest, once a place of refuge, was now a landscape of creeping dread. The silence was absolute, save for the frantic pounding of my heart and Elia's urgent whispers in my ear, guiding me. The darkness from the valley below pulsed with the crimson eyes, a constant, watchful presence. I could feel the subtle shift in reality, the oppressive weight of the spire's null field. The trees around me seemed to sag, their vibrant green fading into dull, lifeless hues. The air felt heavy, devoid of energy, difficult to breathe. My skin tingled with a strange numbness, as if my very atoms were being suppressed. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the faint outline of the research station, nestled within its thicket of trees, came into view. It was a beacon of sanity in a world gone mad. I stumbled towards it, my legs giving out a few yards from the door. Elias, seeing my approach on his external cameras, was already there, pulling me inside with surprising strength. He slammed the heavy, shielded door shut, plunging us into the relative quiet and warm, artificial light of the lab. "Get to the bed, quick," he commanded, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and adrenaline. "We need to run a full diagnostic." I collapsed onto a makeshift cot in a corner of the lab, shivering uncontrollably. Elias immediately began attaching more sensors, his fingers flying. The dampener on my wrist, its faint hum barely audible, was still active. "Turn it off," Elias instructed, his voice urgent. "Let's see what happens to your baseline readings without its influence." I fumbled with the dampener, pressing the button. The faint hum ceased. Instantly, the full force of my internal resonance returned, a deafening roar within my skull. The external hum, though diminished by the spire's null field, was still there, a persistent thrumming that vibrated through the shielded walls. The metallic scent, momentarily dulled, sharpened again, almost suffocating. My vision blurred, the subtle shimmer returning to the air within the lab, creating ghostly ripples around Elias, around the equipment. "Readings spiking," Elias exclaimed, eyes glued to a monitor displaying a dizzying array of graphs and numbers. "Your bioresonance is back to pre-dampener levels, and the external energy fields are still massively disrupted by the spire. This is incredible. We have direct, measurable evidence of interaction." I groaned, clutching my head. The internal hum was overwhelming. "It hurts, Elias," I gasped. "It's too much." Elias quickly pressed a button on his console. A faint, low-frequency counter-hum emanated from the lab's internal speakers. It wasn't the dampener's hum, but a subtle, soothing vibration. Slowly, mercifully, the roaring in my head receded, replaced by a manageable thrum. The shimmer in the air dissipated slightly. "A basic sonic counterfrequency," Elias explained, adjusting a dial. "It's not as precise as the dampener, but it should help mitigate the immediate discomfort. Your system is overstimulated, struggling to process the sheer amount of energetic information." He spent the next few hours running tests, meticulously documenting every aspect of my physiological and energetic state. My heart rate, brain waves, skin conductivity, even my cellular resonance, everything was being impacted, subtly but profoundly. The external monitors, meanwhile, showed the spire continuing its slow, inexorable expansion of the null field, a creeping death in the valley below. "The spire is stable," Elias finally announced, leaning back with a sigh, rubbing his tired eyes. It's not actively attacking, but it's maintaining its field, consuming all foreign energy within its reach. It's like a massive, organic black hole. It will likely remain active for some time, until all residual foreign energies are neutralized. So the lake creatures are gone, I asked, a faint hope stirring within me, and the monoliths. Elias shook his head. The lake's signature and the monoliths are completely suppressed within the null field. Whether they are gone, dormant, or simply absorbed, I can't say, but for now they are no longer an active threat. He paused, then added, "The golden ship, however, is still out there. My long-range sensors picked up its reactivation, moving into geosynchronous orbit. It's observing. It hasn't left." The golden ship, a new, unknown variable. The thought brought a fresh wave of dread. We had traded one terrifying unknown for three. "What now?" I asked, my voice flat, exhausted. Elias turned to me, his eyes alight with a renewed intellectual fire, despite the grim circumstances. "Now we study. We have unprecedented data, direct evidence of three distinct, interacting, non-terrestrial or deep Earth entities. And we have you." He gestured to the monitors displaying my biodata. "You are the key, your bioresonance, your unique position as a bridge. It's the most vital piece of the puzzle." The next few weeks were a blur of intense scientific inquiry. Elias, fueled by endless cups of coffee and a manic energy, dedicated himself to analyzing the torrent of data. He charted the spire's null field expansion, its energetic signature, its precise effect on the surrounding environment. He cross-referenced my new biodata with all of his previous theories, refining his models. I became his primary subject, his most valuable instrument. I underwent endless tests, wearing an array of sensors almost constantly. Elias studied the subtle bleed-throughs I experienced, mapping the distortions, measuring the fluctuations in my internal hum. He discovered that my internal resonance, while always present, subtly shifted in frequency and intensity, often in response to ambient energy fields or even my own emotional state. "Your body is like a highly sensitive tuning fork," Elias explained one afternoon, pointing to a complex graph of my brain activity. "When exposed to these external energies, you vibrate sympathetically. The more extreme the external field, the more pronounced your internal resonance. The dampener simply shifts your natural frequency, making you less susceptible to tuning in to the more powerful external fields. But it's temporary, a shield, not a cure." He theorized that my prolonged exposure, especially the direct passage through the monolith, had permanently altered my cellular structure at a fundamental level, integrating a subquantum energy matrix that allowed me to perceive and interact with these other realities. I was no longer just a human. I was a hybrid, a living anomaly. The spire, meanwhile, remained active in the valley, its null field slowly expanding, consuming more and more of the forest. We watched its progress on the monitors, a growing, unholy stain on the landscape. Trees withered and died at its edges, their organic structures collapsing into inert dust. The wildlife fled, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The cold, lifeless grasp of the null field was palpable even at our shielded station, a constant, oppressive weight on the air. Elias tried to theorize about the intent of the spire. If it's an immune response, it's remarkably effective, but also indiscriminate. It doesn't differentiate between hostile, foreign energy and the natural life force of its own planet. It simply nullifies all external energy signatures. It's a clean slate mechanism, a reset. He also continued to monitor the golden ship, which remained in orbit, a silent, watchful presence. Its energy signature was stable now, waiting. It was like a game of cosmic chess, with the spire holding the board and the golden ship waiting for its next move. One evening, as Elias was poring over ancient geological surveys, trying to find any historical precedent for a phenomenon like the spire, he stumbled upon a faded, obscure reference in a regional archival document. It wasn't a scientific paper, but a collection of indigenous folklore from a long-lost tribe that had once inhabited the Ironwood region. "Listen to this," he said, his voice hushed, eyes scanning the brittle pages on his tablet. "They speak of the Great Silence, a time when the heart of the mountain awoke and swallowed the whispering waters and the stars within stone. It describes a shadow that drinks light and how all living things wither in its presence. But then it speaks of the keepers of the golden sky, who watch from above, waiting for the silence to pass, for the world to be reborn." My blood ran cold. The great silence, the whispering waters' mirror lake, the stars within stone, the monolith, the shadow that drinks light, the spire's null field, the keepers of the golden sky, the golden ship. It was all there, recounted in an ancient legend. "They describe a cycle," Elias continued, his voice filled with a mixture of terror and exhilaration. "A periodic cleansing. The indigenous people understood this as a natural, albeit catastrophic, event, a force that purges the land, allowing it to begin anew, and they believed that only the keepers could guide the rebirth." "The rebirth?" I asked, a chilling premonition. "What rebirth? What happens after the silence?" Elias shook his head, his gaze distant. "The legends are fragmented. They speak of a new world rising from the old, of seed-bearers descending from the sky when the shadow retreats. It's vague, but implies a complete ecological and perhaps even energetic reset. But this reset is not natural. It's orchestrated by the golden ship, the keepers." The implications were staggering. We weren't witnessing a random anomaly. We were observing a deliberate, cyclical event spanning millennia, controlled by different warring factions. The spire, a planetary defense mechanism. The lake monolith, a portal source of ancient, energetic beings. And the golden ship, a technologically advanced, cleansing force. "So the golden ship isn't hostile to us," I mused, the pieces clicking into place. "It's hostile to the lake creatures and the monolith. It's a cleaner. It purges the other entity and then it repopulates." "Precisely," Elias confirmed grimly. "And you, my friend, became an unwitting participant in this cosmic struggle. You activated the monolith's portal, calling forth the whispering waters, thereby triggering the heart of the mountain, the spire's immune response. And in doing so, you drew the attention of the keepers of the golden sky, who saw their opportunity for a cleanse." The weight of my actions pressed down on me. My desperate search for answers had inadvertently ignited an ancient war, accelerating a millennia-old cycle of destruction and rebirth. "But what about me?" I asked, my voice trembling. "If I'm part of the foreign energy that the spire consumes, why am I still here? Why isn't it nullifying me?" Elias' expression was grave. "Your dampener helped initially, but more importantly, the spire's primary focus is on the massive, organized energy fields of the other entities. Your bioresonance, while significant to us, is comparatively small, like a single lingering bacterium after a wildfire, and the anti-energy field is indiscriminate, but it takes time to consume. You were at the periphery, and you escaped before its full, focused power could be brought to bear on you, but you are still marked, still compromised." He paused, then continued, "But there's another possibility. The indigenous legends mention chosen ones, individuals who could walk between worlds, who carried a spark of both sky and earth. They were revered, but also feared, for they were seen as harbingers of change. Perhaps your unique physiology, your hybrid nature, somehow resonates with both primary forces, rendering you immune to total nullification by either. A chosen one, the thought was both terrifying and alluring. It suggested a purpose, a role beyond mere survival. The weeks stretched into months. The spire remained active in the valley, a vast, silent sentinel of darkness and cold. The null field expanded slowly, relentlessly, consuming more and more of the ironwood wilderness. We watched the distant golden ship, a silent, unmoving eye in the sky. Our supplies began to dwindle. The research station was off-grid, but our food reserves were finite. Elias, despite his age, showed no signs of flagging, driven by an insatiable scientific curiosity. But I could feel the toll of the constant dread, the gnawing isolation. One day, Elias, after reviewing some long-range thermal imaging, let out a startled gasp. The spire, it's beginning to retract. I rushed to the monitors. Indeed, the obsidian spire, which had towered over the valley for months, was slowly, imperceptibly, sinking back into the earth. The darkness around it began to recede, revealing the scarred, barren landscape of the valley floor. It was a wasteland, utterly devoid of life, a monochromatic expanse of gray dust and shattered rock. The cold, oppressive weight in the air slowly began to lift. "The null field is dissipating," Elias exclaimed, adjusting his readings. "The cleansing cycle is complete. It's retreating back into the earth, back to dormancy." A profound relief washed over me, a physical weight lifting from my shoulders. The terror of the spire was finally receding. But then, a new set of alarms blared on the console. "The golden ship," Elias cried. "It's activating, descending, it's coming." My heart hammered. This was it. The keepers of the golden sky were making their move. The seed bearers were descending. We watched, mesmerized, as the distant golden speck in the sky grew larger, resolving into the familiar, sleek form of the alien ship. It descended slowly, majestically, its golden light intensifying, bathing the valley in a soft, ethereal glow. It wasn't the searing, hostile light of its earlier engagement, but a gentle, almost benevolent radiance. The ship hovered silently above the center of the valley, directly over the spot where Mirror Lake and the monolith had once been. Its massive, circular aperture on its underside slowly began to open, radiating a soft, golden light downwards. From within that aperture, a stream of golden motes began to descend. Not solid objects, but shimmering, liquid spheres of pure golden energy, spiraling slowly, gracefully, towards the barren earth. They were like living seeds of light, planting themselves into the dust and rock of the ravaged valley. "The rebirth," Elias whispered, his voice filled with awe. "The prophecy is being fulfilled. They are seeding the wasteland." As the golden motes touched the ground, a faint golden luminescence spread outwards from each point of contact, weaving intricate patterns across the dust, forming a delicate, glowing lattice slowly intertwining. And from this golden lattice, tiny, delicate plants, shimmering with an otherworldly golden light, began to sprout. They were not green, but a translucent gold, their leaves unfurling with an impossible speed, their forms ethereal and graceful. The entire valley was slowly being transformed, from a landscape of death into a garden of impossible golden light. A new ecosystem, vibrant and alien, was taking root. "This is incredible," Elias breathed. "A complete, orchestrated terraforming event. They are literally rebuilding the ecosystem from scratch, using bioenergetic constructs." But then a new set of data flashed across Elia's screen, and his expression turned grim. Wait a minute, there's something else. A residual energy signature. Underneath the spire's impact zone. It's faint, but it's there, resonant with the monolith's original signature. My blood ran cold. The monolith, I whispered. It survived. Elias zoomed in on a high-resolution thermal scan. A faint, glowing outline, deep beneath the newly planted golden flora, was visible. It was the distinct, tapering shape of the monolith. It had not been consumed, merely suppressed. It seems the spire's null field, while effective, wasn't permanent against the monolith's core structure, Elias mused. Or perhaps it merely put it into a deeper dormancy, but the energy signature is so faint, it would take something significant to reawaken it. He paused, then looked at me, his eyes widening with dawning realization. Or someone. He pointed to my biomonitors. My internal hum, which had been muted by the general peace in the valley, was beginning to stir again, a faint, sympathetic thrumming, responding to the subtle, residual energy signature of the dormant monolith beneath the golden garden. Your resonance, Elias whispered. It's still linked. You are still the key. The golden ship, having finished its seeding, began to slowly ascend again, its mission apparently complete. It rose gracefully, turning to face the now glowing golden valley, as if admiring its handiwork. Its light softened, casting a gentle, warm glow over the transformed landscape. But it was not looking at the golden garden. Its massive, circular aperture, now closed, seemed to be directly aimed at the ridge where our research station was located, where I was located. The golden light from the ship intensified, not in a hostile burst, but in a focused, almost analytical beam sweeping across the forest, directly towards our position. It was a silent, unblinking eye searching. It knows you're here, Elias said, his voice flat with grim certainty. The keepers, they're observing, they recognize your unique resonance. They are waiting for the silence to fully dissipate, waiting for the ground to be ready, waiting for their chosen one. The chilling implications settled over me. I was not just a key to unlock the portals. I was a crucial part of the cycle itself, a designated player in a cosmic game, caught between ancient, warring forces. The spire's null field had protected me from the lake creatures and temporarily suppressed the monolith, but it had also, perhaps, allowed the golden ship to study me, to assess my potential. The hum within me, responsive to the ship's focused gaze, began to stir again, a slow, deep thrum that vibrated through my bones. It was no longer a terrified shriek, but a potent, undeniable resonance. I was a bridge, a conduit, a living link. The golden ship hovered for a long moment, its golden gaze fixed on our location. Then, with an elegant, silent motion, it slowly turned and began its graceful ascent back into the upper atmosphere, eventually disappearing from sight, leaving behind only the golden glow of the newly planted valley and the profound, unsettling certainty of its return. The silence in the lab was thick with unspoken questions, with the weight of unimaginable revelations. Elias looked at me, his face a mixture of awe, dread, and profound scientific curiosity. We have to understand, he said, his voice quiet, filled with a new, grim determination. We have to understand this cycle, these entities, and most importantly, your role in it. We have to be ready for when they return, and they will return, because you are still here, and the monolith, however dormant, is still there, waiting. He walked over to a secure cabinet, unlocking it with a key. Inside, nestled in foam, was another one of the experimental energy dampeners, identical to the one I had just used. He handed it to me. "Keep it on," he instructed, his eyes meeting mine, filled with a desperate urgency. "Constantly. It will mask your resonance, keep you off their radar for now, but it's only a temporary measure. We need a permanent solution, a way to control this, to break the cycle, or at least to influence it." I took the dampener, its cold metal a stark contrast to the warmth of my skin. I clipped it to my wrist, feeling its faint, steady hum begin to resonate. It was a fragile shield, but it was all I had. The golden light from the valley below, a silent, beautiful promise of a new alien life, cast long, shimmering shadows into the distant trees. It was a new dawn for the Ironwood wilderness, a rebirth orchestrated by alien hands. But for me, it was just the beginning of a deeper, more terrifying journey. I looked at Elias, then back at the golden glow of the valley. "What do we do now?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Elias walked to the main console, his fingers hovering over the glowing screens. "We prepare," he said, his voice firm, resolute. "We analyze every scrap of data. We map this new ecosystem. We try to find a way to understand the golden ship, its technology, its intentions. And we delve deeper into your unique connection. Because if you are indeed a bridge, then perhaps you can also be the key to communication, or, if necessary, the weapon." The silence in the lab stretched, heavy with the weight of our new, impossible task. The golden valley shimmered in the distance, a stark reminder of the forces that now reshaped our world. I was a bridge, a key, a potential weapon, and the cosmic game, with its ancient players and unimaginable stakes, had just begun its next terrifying round. The peace was merely a lull, a breath before the next storm, and I knew with a chilling certainty that I would be at its very eye. The lab became our sanctuary and our prison. Outside, the Ironwood wilderness continued its slow, silent retreat from the valley, where the golden ship's handiwork now shone with an unnatural luminescence. Days blurred into weeks, each one a relentless pursuit of understanding. Elias, with his wiry frame and boundless energy, seemed to draw strength from the sheer complexity of our situation. He was a man possessed, fueled by the adrenaline of discovery and the existential terror of what we faced. I, on the other hand, felt the weight of it all pressing down, a constant, low thrum of anxiety that the dampener, while masking my resonance, couldn't entirely silence. My days were a routine of tests, observations, and theoretical discussions. Elias pushed the limits of his equipment, trying to probe the Golden Valley's new ecosystem without directly interacting with it. High-resolution cameras, specialized atmospheric sensors, even microscopic drones equipped with bioscanners were sent out, bringing back a torrent of data. The golden plants Elias discovered were unlike anything on Earth. They didn't photosynthesize in the traditional sense. Instead, they drew energy from a subquantum field, creating their own self-sustaining biosphere. They radiated a faint, golden light even at night, transforming the valley into an ethereal, glowing landscape. "It's a complete enclosed system," Elias explained one evening, pointing to a complex holographic projection of the valley's new energy flows. "Self-replicating, self-sustaining, a perfect alien garden. It suggests an incredible level of bioengineering. The keepers aren't just terraforming, they're cultivating. For what purpose, we can only guess." My own internal tests continued, revealing more about my unique physiology. Elias mapped the subtle fluctuations of my internal hum, even with the dampener active. He discovered that my cellular structure exhibited a faint, almost imperceptible pulsation, a resonance at a frequency just outside the normal human spectrum. It was like a constant, silent broadcast, a ghost signal that the dampener could only partially obscure. Your body is a living antenna, Elias concluded, his eyes shining with scientific fascination, oblivious to my discomfort. The dampener acts like a filter, reducing the signal strength, but the antenna is still there, still receptive. You're resonating with the residual energies of the valley, and even with the spire gone, there's a faint echo of the monolith's presence. It's a constant, low-level interaction. The idea that I was a permanent, unwilling participant in this cosmic symphony was profoundly unsettling. I felt like a scientific specimen, my humanity slowly eroding with each passing day. The isolation deepened, amplified by the sheer alienness of our predicament. We were the last two conscious minds in a world that was rapidly becoming unrecognizable, caught between ancient Earth forces and advanced alien civilizations. As the weeks bled into months, a new concern arose: the weather. The Ironwood Wilderness was known for its harsh, prolonged winters. Snow would soon blanket the region, making any travel impossible, and more importantly, our solar panels unreliable. We had limited reserves of fuel for our generator, and our food supplies, though carefully rationed, were dwindling. "We can't stay here indefinitely," I pointed out one frigid morning, watching the first flakes of snow drift past the reinforced windows. "We need to resupply, or leave." Elias looked up from his console, his face etched with fatigue but his resolve unwavering. "Leaving isn't an option. Not yet. We are at the epicenter of something monumental, and if the golden ship returns, it will be here. We need to be here to observe, to understand. As for supplies, I calculated our consumption rates. We have enough to last another 2, maybe 3 months if we cut back even further. After that, we'll have to improvise." Improvise, the word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The thought of venturing out into the silent, snow-covered wilderness, with the Golden Valley pulsing ominously below, was a terrifying prospect. We rationed our food even more strictly. The generator ran only for essential systems and heating. The lab, once humming with power, grew quieter, colder. The golden glow from the valley became a constant companion, a stark contrast to the deepening gloom of the forest and the gathering winter storms. One bitter afternoon, as a blizzard raged outside, obscuring the valley entirely, Elias' long-range sensors picked up something new. Not the golden ship, which remained in geosynchronous orbit, a silent, patient observer. This was different. "Thermal signature," Elias muttered, eyes narrowed at a screen displaying a faint, moving red dot in the snow-choked forest, far to the west of us. "And it's large, too large for any known local wildlife, and moving with incredible speed despite the blizzard." My heart pounded. "What is it?" "I don't know," Elias replied, his voice tense. "It's not emitting any of the previously recorded energy signatures, no lake creature hum, no spire null field, no golden ship resonance. It's something else, and it's heading this way." We watched the dot on the screen with bated breath. It moved with an unnatural efficiency, cutting through the dense forest, unaffected by the raging blizzard. It was closing the distance to our position rapidly. "This is unprecedented," Elias said, adjusting a filter. "No, wait. There's a very faint, almost undetectable energy field surrounding it, a field that's subtly dampening the local environment. Not a null field like the spire, but more like a suppression field. It's masking its presence almost completely." The implications were chilling. Something was out there, something powerful enough to manipulate its own energy signature and move silently through a blinding blizzard, and it was coming for us. Is it terrestrial? I asked, though I already knew the answer. No Earth creature could move like that, possess such abilities. Elias shook his head slowly. Unlikely, but it's also not resonating with any of our known alien categories. It's a completely new signature, or rather, a lack of one. It's almost perfectly stealthy. The dot continued its relentless approach. Within minutes, it was within a few kilometers of the station. The blizzard, far from hindering it, seemed to provide perfect cover. It knows where we are, I said, a cold certainty settling in my gut. It's coming straight for us. Elias activated the external cameras, but they showed nothing but a swirling vortex of white snow, zero visibility. We're blind. Our only hope is the thermal imaging. Suddenly, the red dot on the screen stopped, directly outside the station. A profound silence fell, broken only by the howl of the wind and the faint hum of our life support systems. We stared at the screen, our breaths held. Then a new sound, impossibly clear over the blizzard's roar, scraped against the reinforced door of the station. A metallic snicked, followed by another, and another, as if something was methodically, precisely, cutting through the door. Elias rushed to the console, frantically cycling through internal sensors. Electromagnetic disruption at the main door, and a concentrated heat signature. It's cutting through the plating. Panic flared. Our sanctuary, our last refuge, was being breached. What do we do? I demanded, my hand instinctively going to the dampener on my wrist, though I knew it was meant for internal resonance, not external threats. Elias, surprisingly calm in the face of imminent danger, snapped into action. Back door, emergency exit. It's less shielded, but it's our only way out. Grab the emergency packs, move. He threw me a small, heavy backpack, already packed with MREs, water filters, a powerful multi-tool, and a medical kit. I slung it over my shoulder, my mind racing. The metallic scraping at the main door intensified, sparks briefly visible through the reinforced window of the door. Whatever was out there was powerful and incredibly fast. Elias grabbed his own pack, then paused, pulling a small, sleek device from a compartment near his main console. It was a handheld scanner, more powerful than my portable ULF detector, with a digital display and an array of flashing lights. This is our primary sensor array, he explained, clipping it to his belt. It will give us our best chance of tracking it and avoiding it. He led the way to the back exit, a heavily secured but less reinforced door that led into a narrow, snow-choked service tunnel. He fumbled with the locks, his hands shaking slightly. It's not a proper airlock, but it's designed for emergency egress. The metallic scraping at the main door grew louder, closer. We could hear the whine of cutting tools, the unmistakable sound of metal being torn apart. With a final click, Elias pulled open the back door. A blast of frigid, snow-laden air hit us. The blizzard raged, a blinding white wall. "Stay close," Elias ordered, his voice barely audible over the wind. "Follow my lead. Head for the emergency cache deep in the forest. It's a reinforced bunker, stocked with enough supplies for a few weeks. It's our only viable fallback point." We plunged into the blizzard, the snow immediately swallowing our footprints. I could feel the cold seeping into my bones, even through my heavy field jacket. The dampener on my wrist felt useless, a tiny hum against the roaring chaos of the storm. Behind us, we heard the sickening crunch of metal as the main door of the station finally gave way. A moment later, a new sound, a low, rhythmic thud like heavy boots on the lab floor. It was inside. It knows we left, I gasped, half stumbling through a deep snowdrift. Of course it does, Elias grunted, pushing forward, his head bent against the wind. Whatever it is, it's intelligent. It was tracking us. Now it's tracking our trail. We need to move faster. We moved as quickly as the treacherous terrain and the blinding blizzard allowed. Elias, despite his age, displayed a surprising resilience, navigating by instinct and the faint, fluctuating readings on his handheld scanner. I struggled to keep up, my ankle still aching from my previous fall, my lungs burning with the cold air. The forest was a maze of snow-covered trees and hidden drifts. The blizzard seemed to intensify, making every step a gamble. I could feel the cold radiating from the ground, the subtle dampening effect that Elias had mentioned, a chilling numbness that permeated the air. It was a constant reminder that our pursuer was still out there, its suppression field subtly influencing the environment. Suddenly, Elias stopped dead, his handheld scanner blaring a low, urgent tone. "It's ahead of us," he whispered, pulling me down behind a large, snow-laden fir. "It's circling, trying to cut us off." My heart leaped into my throat. How could something move so fast, so silently, through such a storm? We hunkered down, shivering, listening to the roar of the wind, straining for any other sound. The scanner's light flickered, indicating the proximity of our pursuer. It was close, too close. Then, through a momentary lull in the blizzard, a shape emerged from the swirling white. It was tall, slender, and utterly alien. Its body seemed to be composed of segmented metallic plates, dark gray, almost black, perfectly blending with the shadows of the snow-choked trees. It moved with an inhuman grace, its limbs articulating in ways that defied human anatomy. Its head was small, ovate, featureless save for two glowing red optical sensors that pulsed with an icy, predatory light. It wasn't a biological creature in the traditional sense, but a sophisticated construct, a biomechanical entity, and it was armed. From its forearms, sleek, integrated blades shimmered with a subtle internal light, like condensed plasma. It paused, its glowing red eyes sweeping the area, almost as if it could see through the swirling snow, sense our presence. The faint suppression field around it pressed down, muffling the sounds of the blizzard, creating an unnatural pocket of silence. "A hunter-killer unit," Elias breathed, his voice tight with fear and awe. "Incredible. A completely different technology signature. Not the lake, not the spire, not the golden ship. A fourth party." A fourth party. The thought was staggering. We were caught in a far more complex web than we had ever imagined. The construct began to move again, silently, inexorably, towards our hiding place. Its red eyes were fixed, unwavering. It knew we were there. "Run," Elias hissed, shoving me forward. "Straight ahead, don't look back." We broke cover, scrambling through the deep snow, our breath ragged, our every muscle screaming in protest. The construct immediately gave chase, its movements fluid and impossibly fast. The metallic snick of its blades slicing through the air behind us was a terrifying, constant reminder of its proximity. We burst through a thicket of pines, sliding down a steep, snow-covered incline. I risked a glance back. The construct was gaining on us, its red eyes glowing menacingly through the swirling snow. Its blades were extended, ready to strike. "The bunker," Elias gasped, pointing to a barely visible, snow-covered mound in the distance. "Almost there." Just as we reached the entrance to the bunker, a solid, reinforced steel door embedded in the side of a rocky outcrop, I felt a searing pain in my shoulder. One of the construct's blades had grazed me. a shallow but painful cut that burned with an unnatural cold. I cried out, stumbling forward, falling against the door. Elias was already fumbling with the access panel, his fingers numb with cold fear contorting his face. The construct was right behind us, its suppressed hum now audible, a low, mechanical growl. The door hissed open, revealing a dark, cramped tunnel. Elias shoved me inside. Go, go, I'm right behind you. I stumbled into the tunnel, my shoulder throbbing. Just as I turned to help Elias, the construct lunged. Its blades flashed, aiming for Elias' back. With a desperate cry, Elias twisted, throwing his body against the opening, blocking the construct's immediate entry. The metallic blades scraped against the steel frame of the door, missing him by inches. "Seal it," Elias roared, his voice strained, pushing against the door with all his might. "Seal it now." I slammed my hand against the emergency closure button. With a groan of tortured metal, the heavy door began to slide shut, slowly, inexorably. The construct shrieked, a high-pitched, electronic wail, its red eyes blazing with fury. It slammed its segmented body against the closing door, trying to force its way in. Elias struggled to hold it back, his face contorted with effort. "Elias," I screamed, reaching for him, but the gap was closing too fast. With a final, desperate heave, Elias pushed the construct back just enough for the door to clear. The last I saw was his terrified, determined face, illuminated by the construct's pulsing red eyes, before the heavy steel slammed shut with a resounding clang, severing us. Silence, a horrifying, absolute silence, broken only by my ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. I was alone, deep in a dark, cold bunker, my shoulder burning, my mind reeling. "Elias," I whispered, my voice choked with tears. "Elias, answer me." Nothing, only the oppressive darkness, the metallic scent of the bunker, and the crushing weight of grief and terror. I scrambled back, fumbling for my headlamp, my fingers trembling. When the beam finally cut through the darkness, it revealed a small, austere chamber lined with shelves of supplies. My mind, however, was fixed on the door. He was gone, sacrificed himself to save me. The shock was paralyzing. Elias, my mentor, my friend, the only person who understood what I was going through, was gone, devoured by some new, terrifying entity in the blizzard. I collapsed onto the cold concrete floor, clutching my bleeding shoulder, the metallic scent of my own blood mingling with the stale air of the bunker. The dampener on my wrist, its faint hum now a lonely counterpoint to the silence, felt like a cruel joke. It had protected me, but it had failed him. Hours passed, or perhaps only minutes. Time lost all meaning in the suffocating grip of grief and fear. The bunker was sealed, soundproofed. I could hear nothing from outside, no struggle, no triumphant cries, just an eerie, unsettling silence. Eventually, the primal instinct for survival kicked in. I had to secure the bunker, treat my wound, and figure out what to do next. Elias would have wanted that. I found the bunker's internal systems panel. The lights flickered on, revealing a compact, utilitarian space. There was a small cot, a camp stove, a comm station, and shelves stocked with food, water, and first aid supplies. This was indeed a well-prepared fallback point. Elias had planned for everything, except perhaps for his own sacrifice. I cleaned and bandaged my shoulder, the pain a dull throb. The wound wasn't deep, thankfully, but it left a chilling reminder of the construct's efficiency. Its blades had been designed to kill. I then went to the comms station. It was a rugged, satellite-linked unit designed for remote wilderness communication. Elias had taught me the basics, but I was no expert. I tried to hail him, using the frequency he had given me for my earpiece. Elias, Elias, can you hear me? Are you there? Static, nothing but the crackle of empty airwaves. He was gone. My next thought was to try to contact the outside world, any world, but we were in the middle of nowhere, and our original communications had been with Elias' network, which was now probably compromised or destroyed. I didn't even know what frequency to use, or if anyone would believe my story. I checked the bunker's external sensors, hoping for a miracle, hoping to see the construct retreating or Elias somehow escaping. The thermal imaging showed nothing. The blizzard still raged outside, a solid wall of white. Whatever had happened to Elias, it was now hidden from view. The construct, true to its stealthy nature, had vanished, leaving no discernible energy signature. I was alone, utterly, profoundly alone. My only companions were the faint hum of the dampener, the oppressive silence of the bunker, and the ghosts of my past. Days turned into a week. The blizzard eventually broke, revealing a pristine, snow-covered landscape, but the profound silence remained. The Golden Valley, visible from a small, reinforced viewport in the bunker, still glowed with its otherworldly light, a beautiful alien mockery of the destruction that had occurred. I spent my time meticulously organizing the bunker, rationing food, trying to maintain some semblance of order in the chaos of my grief. I tried the comms every day, a desperate ritual, but only received static. Elias was truly gone. I knew I couldn't stay in the bunker forever. Supplies, though ample for a few weeks, were not limitless. And more importantly, I couldn't just abandon Elias or the mission. I was the last link, the last observer. I had to understand what had happened to him and what this new, terrifying entity was. I began to plan my next move. My first priority was to return to the research station. Elias' main console, his vast data sets, his remaining equipment, it was all invaluable. If I could salvage any of it, I might find answers. And I hoped, against all rational thought, that I might find some trace of Elias. The thought of facing the construct again, or whatever else might be out there, filled me with dread. But the idea of simply giving up, of retreating, felt like a betrayal of Elias' sacrifice. He had given his life for this knowledge, for my survival. I had to honor that. I studied the maps Elias had stored in the bunker's digital archives. The research station was about 2 days' journey on foot through dense, snow-covered terrain. I would need to be careful, stealthy. My dampener, I hoped, would continue to mask my unique resonance, keeping me hidden from both the golden ship above and any lingering entities below. I prepared my gear, the MRE's water medical kit, my portable ULF detector, now just a dead weight, but I couldn't bring myself to discard it, and Elias' powerful multi-tool. I also took a high-powered flashlight and a flare gun, desperate measures against unimaginable threats. I wore multiple layers of clothing, preparing for the bitter cold. Before I left, I paused at the comm station one last time. I found a pre-programmed emergency beacon designed to send a faint, coded signal into deep space. Elias had mentioned it as a last-ditch effort, a message in a bottle for any intelligent life out there. With a heavy heart, I activated it. It was a futile gesture, I knew, but it felt like a final act of defiance, a continuation of Elias' desperate search for understanding. Let the universe know we were here, that we had witnessed its impossible wonders and its terrifying conflicts. Then with a deep breath, I opened the bunker door. The crisp, cold air hit me, invigorating and terrifying. The snow-covered wilderness stretched out before me, pristine and silent, a deceptive blanket over untold horrors. The Golden Valley shimmered in the distance, a haunting beacon of alien life. I began my journey, moving slowly, cautiously, my senses heightened by fear and grim determination. Every snapping twig, every whisper of wind sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept Elias' last words, his scientific zeal, his unwavering quest for knowledge at the forefront of my mind. I was no longer just a lost hiker, I was his legacy. The journey was grueling. The snow was deep, making every step an effort. I used the multi-tool to clear paths, to test the stability of ice and snow bridges. I moved like a phantom, hugging the shadows of the fir trees, keeping a constant lookout for any sign of movement, any deviation in the landscape. My dampener, a faint hum on my wrist, was my only shield, my only prayer for invisibility. I navigated by the sun and the distant glow of the Golden Valley, a constant, eerie landmark. The metallic scent, though greatly diminished by the spire's null field and the intervening time, was still present, a faint, metallic tang in the frigid air, a ghost of the alien presence. On the second day, as dusk began to fall, I finally spotted it. Through a gap in the snow-laden trees, the research station stood, a silent, dark outline against the pale winter sky. It was badly damaged. The main door was ripped apart, hanging precariously from its hinges, a gaping maw in the side of the reinforced structure. Snow had drifted into the entrance, covering what must have been the scene of Elias' last stand. A profound sadness washed over me. This had been our sanctuary, the place where we had witnessed impossible truths, wrestled with cosmic horror. Now it was a ruin, a tomb. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding. There was no sign of the construct, no lingering energy signatures, no movement. Only the utter stillness of the snow-covered forest and the faint, low hum of the station's remaining systems, barely audible beneath the wind. I pushed my way through the wreckage of the main door into the lab. The scene was devastating. Equipment was overturned, screens were shattered, wires torn from their conduits. Snow had blown in through the shattered windows, creating drifts across the floor. It was a wasteland of scientific instruments, a testament to the destructive power of the hunter-killer. My eyes swept the room, searching for any sign of Elias, any trace of his body, but there was nothing. The construct, it seemed, had left no evidence, no remains. It was thorough. A wave of despair threatened to overwhelm me. Everything was lost. Elias, the data, the equipment. My mission seemed futile. But then I saw it. Amidst the scattered papers and broken monitors, Elias' main console stood, battered but still largely intact. The main power conduit was severed, but the internal data drives, nestled deep within its shielded casing, might still be salvageable. And more importantly, a faint, blinking light on the console indicated that a small, internal battery was still providing power to a single, crucial system. It was the external long-range sensor array. It was still active. I rushed to the console, pushing aside debris, my hands trembling with a renewed sense of purpose. If I could access those sensors, I might still be able to monitor the golden ship, the Golden Valley. I might still be able to find answers. I pulled out Elias' multi-tool, inserting a diagnostic probe into a data port. The tool whirred to life, its small screen displaying a cascade of diagnostic readings. The main power was indeed dead, but the sensor array was still transmitting data to the internal drives. It was a miracle. As I worked, a strange, faint light caught my eye. It was coming from one of the shattered external camera monitors, which, despite being broken, was still receiving a feed, its broken screen flickering with a ghost image. It was an image of the Golden Valley, but something was different. The golden flora, which had shimmered with life, now seemed altered. The plants were growing faster, their ethereal forms becoming denser, more complex. And from the intricate golden lattice, where the seeds had been planted, new structures were slowly beginning to rise. Not plants, but delicate, almost crystalline constructs, woven from the same golden light, spiraling upwards, slowly forming intricate, geometric patterns. They were reminiscent of the monolith, but infused with the golden ship's aesthetic. A new hum began to resonate in the air, faint but perceptible, even through the station's damaged walls. It wasn't the metallic thrum of the lake, nor the crushing silence of the spire. This was a softer, gentler hum, almost musical, vibrating at a higher frequency. It was the hum of growth, of construction. My dampener, which had faithfully masked my own resonance, began to flicker erratically. The hum within me, responsive to this new external energy, started to stir, rising, pushing against the dampener's fragile shield. On the flickering, broken monitor, I watched in stunned silence as the golden constructs in the valley grew taller, more complex, forming a vast, interwoven network of shimmering, golden spires. And from the very center, where the monolith was still buried, a single, massive golden column began to slowly, majestically rise. It was glowing with an intense, warm light, pulsating with the same gentle, musical hum that now filled the damaged lab. The hum within me, my own internal resonance, matched its rhythm, growing stronger, more potent, pushing past the dampener's limits. The metallic scent in the air, which had been faint, now sharpened again, though it was different this time, infused with a sweet, almost floral note like pollen and ozone. The broken monitor flared, then died, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of energy. But the image was seared into my mind. The valley was no longer a garden, it was a city of golden light slowly ascending from the earth. And from above, in geosynchronous orbit, the golden ship began its descent. It was not a slow, cautious descent this time. It was swift, purposeful, its entire form radiating an intense, benevolent golden light that pierced through the winter sky, bathing the entire ironwood wilderness in an ethereal glow. The air around me crackled. The hum within me was a roaring chorus, 1,000 voices singing. The dampener on my wrist was now completely overwhelmed, its faint hum replaced by a frantic, high-pitched whine, its display dead. I was fully exposed. My resonance was radiating outwards, a beacon in the newly activated landscape. The golden ship descended directly towards the rising golden city, its massive, circular aperture already opening, radiating a vast, golden light downwards. And from that aperture, not seeds, but beings began to emerge. Not the serpentine creatures of the lake, nor the hunter-killer construct. These were forms of pure, shimmering golden light, slender and elegant, with multifaceted, luminous heads that pulsed with gentle light. They were descending, slowly, majestically, into the golden city, like celestial architects returning to their creation. The keepers of the golden sky, they had returned, and they were here to inhabit their new world. My internal hum, now fully unleashed, surged. It was no longer terrifying, no longer a source of pain. It was a profound connection, an undeniable resonance with the golden city, with the descending keepers, with the very fabric of this new, impossible reality. I could feel their presence, their intent, their gentle, patient awareness. And then a new wave of realization. The Golden City was rising from the same spot where the monolith had been suppressed. Its core structure, now integrated into the central golden column, was pulsing with an almost identical energy signature to my own internal resonance. I was not just connected to the monolith, I was connected to this, to the Golden City, to the Keepers. My hands, still clutching Elia's multi-tool, dropped to my sides. I stood there, utterly exposed, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the phenomenon. I was a bridge, a key, a weapon. But I was also a link, a conduit between the old world and this new, emerging reality. The golden ship settled silently above the golden city, its aperture a gateway for the descending keepers. The entire valley pulsed with a magnificent golden light, the musical hum rising to a crescendo that resonated deep within my soul. And then, as if drawn by an invisible thread, by my own unleashed resonance, a single figure, one of the keepers, detached from the stream of descending beings. It was taller, its golden light more intense, its form more defined. It slowly, gracefully turned its multifaceted head, its luminous gaze sweeping across the valley, past the Golden City, past the damaged research station, directly to my position. It paused, its golden light seemed to intensify, focusing on me. I did not feel fear this time. I felt recognition, understanding. The keeper did not approach. It simply hovered there, its golden light enveloping me, filling me with a sense of profound calm, of ancient wisdom. It was communicating, not with words, but with pure energy, with shared resonance. A flood of images, of sensations washed over me. The cycle, the cleansing, the rebirth, the memory of the spire, of the lake creatures, of the hunter-killer, and then a sense of purpose, my purpose. I was a catalyst. I was the one who had awakened the monolith, triggering the spire's immune response, clearing the way for the keeper's return. I was not just an observer, I was an integral part of their plan, a designated participant. The keeper's golden gaze held mine, and then a final, profound message imprinted directly onto my consciousness. Welcome. The cycle begins anew. Your place is here, among us. The golden ship above pulsed with a renewed intensity. The descending keepers, their forms radiating gentle light, continued their graceful descent into the golden city, preparing for their new existence. The entire landscape hummed with life, with a future that was utterly alien, yet undeniably real. I stood in the ruins of the research station, the dampener dead on my wrist, my internal hum now fully merged with the symphony of the Golden Valley. I was no longer an outsider. I was part of it, a part of them. My journey was far from over. It had just transformed into something entirely new, entirely unexpected. I was no longer just trying to survive. I was being integrated. And the final, terrifying question was not whether I would escape, but what I would become. The keeper's luminous gaze remained fixed on me, a silent invitation, a profound acceptance that bypassed language and reason. The telepathic imprint, your place is here, among us, echoed through my being not as a command, but as an undeniable truth. My fear, once a constant companion, receded, replaced by a strange sense of inevitability, a pull stronger than gravity itself. The golden light enveloped me, warm and reassuring, stripping away the last vestiges of my old self. I felt my internal resonance, no longer a frantic hum, but a steady, harmonious thrum, aligning perfectly with the symphony emanating from the valley. It was as if my entire existence, every cell in my body, had been waiting for this alignment, this moment of profound connection. I looked down at my hands, still human, still scarred, but imbued with a new, subtle luminescence. The dampener, lifeless on my wrist, felt like a forgotten relic of a life that was rapidly fading. Elia's multi-tool, clutched moments before, now lay disregarded on the debris-strewn floor, a symbol of scientific inquiry that had reached its natural limit. The keeper, the one that had focused on me, began a slow, graceful descent, not towards the Golden City, but towards the damaged research station. Its form shimmered, subtly shifting, becoming less ethereal, more defined, as if solidifying its presence for my benefit. It was still made of light, but a light that possessed substance, intent. It landed silently a few feet from the shattered entrance, its arrival stirring no dust, causing no disturbance. It was taller than any human, its form slender, elegant, its multifaceted head turning slowly, observing the wreckage of Elias' lab with an almost detached curiosity. Then its luminous gaze returned to me, its golden light pulsing gently. Another flood of sensations, not just images this time, but pure data, streamed into my mind. I understood the cycle in its entirety. The planet, a living entity, periodically cleansed itself of parasitic or destabilizing energies, the spire, its immune system. But this cleansing left a void, a barren slate. That was where the keepers came in. They were galactic gardeners, cultivating worlds, nurturing new forms of life designed to exist in harmony with the planet's natural rhythms. The lake creatures, the monolith, they were not inherently evil, but an invasive species, an imbalance. My activation of the monolith had simply accelerated a pre-existing cycle, making me the unexpected catalyst. The hunter-killer unit. I saw it now in the stream of information. It was not a fourth faction, but a subcomponent of the Keeper's technology. A purification drone designed to eliminate any lingering biological threats that the Spire's null field might miss to ensure a sterile canvas for the new growth. Elia's sacrifice, it had saved me from being purged, allowing me to be recognized as something else, something unique. The keeper extended a slender, glowing appendage towards me. It was not a physical touch, but an energetic one, a probing, gentle connection that resonated deep within my being. I felt a surge of energy, not painful, but invigorating, like drinking pure distilled starlight. My mind expanded, understanding flowing in like an endless tide. I felt the pulse of the Golden City, the intricate network of its new ecosystem. I felt the consciousness of the other keepers, a vast, collective intelligence, benevolent and ancient. And in that moment, I understood my role. I was the bridge, not just between worlds, but between species. My hybrid nature, my human essence intertwined with the subquantum energy matrix made me unique. I could perceive and interact with their reality in a way no pure keeper could. I was the interface, the potential ambassador, the one who could speak for this newly reborn world, perhaps even to Earth should the need arise. The keeper retracted its appendage. The connection remained, a subtle, constant hum within me. It turned its multifaceted head towards the Golden City, then back to me. The message was clear, come. I looked around the shattered lab one last time. Elia's console, now completely dark, his shattered dreams, his brilliant mind, all gone. A profound sadness swept over me, a final ache of my old humanity. He wouldn't be here to witness this, to understand, but in a way he had paved the path. His thirst for knowledge, his willingness to push boundaries had led me here. His sacrifice had given me this impossible future. I walked towards the keeper, each step feeling lighter, more deliberate. The golden light outside the station intensified, beckoning me. The cold air no longer seemed frigid, but crisp and clean, infused with the subtle, sweet scent of the golden flora. As I stepped out of the ruins, the other keepers who had been descending into the city paused, their collective attention turning towards me. The golden ship above pulsed, a silent cheer. The entire valley glowed, bathed in an ethereal light that shimmered with vibrant life. The keeper that had greeted me now began to ascend, slowly, gracefully, towards the golden city. I followed, not walking, but rising, drawn by an invisible current, my body responding instinctively to the new energies. I was still human, but I was also more. I was a part of the golden light, a living conduit in a new ecosystem. I ascended into the heart of the Golden City, a marvel of living architecture, spiraling spires and interwoven pathways glowing with soft light. The central column, where the monolith's core now resided, pulsed with a magnificent golden energy, the source of all the life around me. I could feel its ancient consciousness, dormant but awake, now harmonized with the Keeper's purpose. I was among them, beings of pure energy and light, inhabiting a world they had crafted. They did not speak in words, but in the resonant hum of shared understanding, in the dance of light and energy that was their very existence. My new life had begun, not as a captive, but as a bridge, not as a weapon, but as a link. The cosmic game was far from over, but I was no longer a pawn. I was a player, integrated into a cycle that spanned millennia, a guardian of a new world, ready to face whatever came next. The Ironwood Wilderness was no more. In its place, a golden world had risen, and I, the lost hiker, was its first human keeper. The silence was broken, replaced by a symphony of golden light, and the future, though terrifyingly alien, was also profoundly, breathtakingly alive.